They're all wearing tinfoil, like they're like the tinfoil hats, like the alien, whatever you call it. I don't know. It's very weird to me. Yeah, literally though. Oh. Did I do it? Good. Oh, I have to. Oh my god. Wow. Okay, let's see.
Shooters, so I think we'll be fine,
like
but it's
Hello?
also like seems like it's gonna be an RPG type thing as well.
Yeah.
Something
It's
like
very
that.
it looks D&D inspired. Should we
Hello?
start a group?
Hi, Nemesis.
Hello.
Hey, it like auto detected to my PS4 whatever controller. I don't know why it does that, but hi.
Hi.
Hello.
We're all just loading in. We're just gonna see what's up and see what's happening.
I booted in to the Wonderland.
I'm signing in currently.
My character is pending, which honestly, yeah.
Oh, did you make your characters?
I'm not.
No.
We haven't done a thing, Nemesis. Please help
I
us.
asked you if
Hi,
I didn't do
Elix.
anything.
No, I mean you can make your character.
Elix is here in the call. Hi,
Hi,
Elix.
Elix.
Hi, Elix.
Who the fuck is Elix?
Hi, girl. What's up? It's a party.
I just wanted to say hi. I'm not gonna say anything.
We
Hi.
love you.
I love
You're
you,
gorge.
ladies and monarchs.
We're playing Tiny Tina's Wonderlands.
I thought you were gonna say boobs or something. I was like, what are you saying?
I almost said Borderlands. I'm very new to this game. But I actually already made a character, I suppose.
Oh, okay, let me
Yeah.
make one.
But I should probably start a new one, right?
No, you can use I actually have no idea like how the co-op works, so I'm gonna try doing like
We're just gonna figure it
Should
out.
yeah. I mean, it came out
Sure.
yesterday. Well, today, so
Happy first day! We did it! I love Elix. Can we everyone go follow Elix? Elix is the moment. She's everything we love. Who's this character? Oh, he fell off. I pushed him. Oops.
oh, so yeah, you can watch the intro and then you make your character. Gotcha.
Yeah, I'm gonna start a new one. And I'm gonna say relaxed, right? Or
Relaxed
balanced.
and co-op or well, I did balanced and then co-op, so the loot isn't shared.
We're making something now.
Oh yeah, okay.
I'm at
Are
the
you
character
making a
creation
game?
screen.
I'm watching the video.
So am I.
Should I be playing?
Watch the video. Quick,
New
watch
game?
the video. New game.
What?
And we
New
want to do
game.
balanced
I did relaxed.
and then co-operish.
I think it'll just
Cooperative.
adjust depending on who hosts the game, anyways.
That makes sense.
Please
But
wait.
definitely want to make your character, I believe, which would be great. Which is
There's a
after that first
unicorn.
cutscene. Yes, there's a unicorn. I have the plushie.
How cute! I like this lady's wig. Very long.
Stop spoiling it for me.
I'm sorry. let me restart.
Mm-mm. I've already started.
Let me restart. I'm restarting.
I've
Oh my
already
god,
started,
you're too
So
much.
now I'll be ahead of you.
Okay, Trashly quit. Go.
Everybody
go back to
just
the
let me
main
know when
menu.
they're at the character creator, and yeah.
We need
Oh,
to coordinate
now
this.
Now I'm at the character creator.
Okay,
Okay.
cute.
No, press exit, Trashly.
Why?
Because I want to watch the opening all together.
Oh my
Alright.
god.
I'm gonna press play. Should I do new game?
New game, and then choose your difficulty, and then tell me when you hit your group mode. Are you doing this too, Kara?
Okay,
Yeah,
hold on. I'll do that
I'm
too.
in the
Hold
middle of the
on.
cutscene.
Hold on.
Okay.
Okay, I'll do new
Trashly.
character.
I have competition or Cooper.
Oh my god, wait, it goes right after you do cooperation.
As soon as you choose it, Trashly count, and then we're gonna choose.
Wait, no,
Cooperation.
I already started.
Okay,
No,
okay,
let's
no,
wait for Nam.
Nem, back out.
Okay, I'm backing out.
So silly.
I know.
CharaCouture, if you want to join, you can too.
We are
Let
already
us know.
messy. We're already messes.
Has anyone had drinks yet?
I have a screwdriver right here waiting to be sipped.
Okay, I will
had
I'll make
a
sure.
Cheers,
drink,
everyone.
And then I took a shot while I was talking to customer service because I was.
You were
flustered.
complaining. Yeah,
I
complaining.
was
Okay. I am ready when we are all ready.
I'm ready to press Cooperation when we are all ready.
I'm ready also. Kara, did you want to get in on this, or are you good?
I'm good.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
Trashly, count it. On
All right.
I'm
3, we
ready
press
too.
it, okay?
When I say 3, we press it.
Elix is ready too.
I'm ready for the
When I say
cutscene.
3, we press. So I'll say
Okay.
1, 2, and then we'll press it. Ready?
Okay.
1, 2, press.
Slay.
3.
2K Games presents.
Gearbox software. Okay.
Is there an uncut scene?
I mean, I'm sure there probably will be once, Rule 34 gets applied to these characters.
Absolutely.
Can't wait to see.
There's a unicorn.
Also, thank you 2K for the game codes.
Absolutely.
I'm gonna say all that after the cutscene because everything's really loud right now.
Predictable god, but fate.
I like this
There's
wig,
one
the
alone
orange
who
wig,
can
I like
wield
it.
Fate. One alone whose story is in their own hands. The
Try to see what wig you like.
That's you. Heavy.
The
right?
orange wig.
Fate
That's
maker.
you? Ew.
Big
Oh!
responsibility. Honestly,
drawn
I wouldn't
so
even
well.
blame you if you just laid down.
Is
and
this Will
and
Arnett?
gave up.
Maybe.
Yes,
But
it is.
If
Yeah.
not,
That's
We were talking about it
sickening.
earlier.
prove yourself as Fate Maker. Then heed the warning I give all heroes. Together you fight. Together you shall.
The unicorn's name is Butt Stallion.
The unicorn's name is what?
Butt Stallion.
But?
Yeah, her name's Butt Stallion.
How nice. I love
Yeah.
it.
Hold on.
I like that there's a robot.
It's going real good over
It's
here.
Wanda Sykes.
Blade-wise.
Oh,
We're coming
it's
for you,
sickening.
Dragon Lord.
Fools. Your party of
I mean,
heroes
Dragon Lord has the best
stands
outfit.
already
And he's kind of hot.
Pretty sexy.
Wow, you guys got here fast.
Like you said, we're the heroes.
This guy's
I
hot,
am
but he knows it, so I'm like,
gallant adventurer.
Yeah.
The scary, stabby one is Fred.
The voice acting is really cute though. Like he gets, I kind of am starting to fall for him because I'm kind of further in the game.
Oh, come on. Their figure is.
They're all so cute and characterized. I love it.
I had some game developers come into the chat that were working on the game and they were so sweet. They were like, we put our heart and soul into this. It was so
Oh,
nice.
that's so nice. I mean, it's very campy, very
Sorry,
extra,
newbie.
which I appreciate.
Missed
It's
the
all
soul
colorful,
energy.
everything's pink.
oh my god, that's Andy Samberg. Liz says Andy Samberg, and now I hear it.
Oh, shut up. That's so cool.
My skeleton armies will wash over the land.
Oh, Deadpool. All the little skeletons.
Looking bad. How do we win this?
We attack together.
The power of friendship.
Why is
Okay.
your character so, like, monochrome gray?
Because we haven't made them yet.
We are so
They'll make
neutral. We're
heroes
nothing.
Like they used to.
No budget for.
Yeah. we have no budget. Everyone else is all cute. We're nothing.
Truly a blank slate.
Mhm.
Is this the unicorn?
Yeah.
Butt
And also,
stallions,
like, sparkly
queens.
rainbow, which goes
Sparkly
Gay
rainbow.
rights!
Truly saving the world,
Butt
with
stallion.
the power of
The
gay
most
pride.
beautiful and perfect
Queen
color in all
Butt
the land.
Stallion.
She's so gorgeous.
Oh.
Hold on. What game are we playing here?
I'm on the character creation screen, so I'm gonna wait for everyone else to get there.
Okay.
And I, Tiny Tina, am the bunker master. So what I say goes. And I say there's a
She's
magical
bossy.
diamond by a corn named Butt Stallion who saves the day.
Yay.
I was kind of hoping we would save the day.
You will, Valley Girl. I just gotta set the stakes.
Wait, maybe he's not
Now,
in Sam.
let's table talk. Cue Dragon Lord.
Oh, I love the unicorn.
You may be the most beautifulest, perfectest ruler in all the land,
Beautifulest.
but this time, I won.
That's a very
First
expensive
stallion
scrap
was wielding
word.
the coolest sword in the whole
Beautifulest,
world.
yeah.
The sword of sword.
The power of gay.
Love
How would you-
that. The
I
queers
just
win.
made those skeletons. No.
Honestly, now I just want to watch an animated movie that
I
is
curse
this.
you, Valentine.
Yeah, it's sassy. It's
I
fun.
curse you,
Well,
Fred.
news for you. There's a Borderlands movie coming.
I curse you,
Woo!
newbie.
How
Whatever
fun.
your name is, I will return
Whatever your name is,
and
whoever you
find
are.
my original house of heroes.
He got locked in a D20 and then
And with that,
Let's
the
go.
Dragon Lord was defeated. For now.
what happened to her poor little nose?
Explosion complete.
It's a little band-aid.
She's a pyromaniac and she like
Yeah, might
explosions,
as well.
so that's probably
Oh.
Here
what
after that
happened.
mountain toad jumped out at our ship.
Yeah, he crashed it. I'm in. I love bunkers and badasses. I've already got a level 40 character.
Is that Wanda Sykes?
And now we are
Yeah.
making all new
Something like
characters.
that.
This is the newbie's first game, and I'm gonna make sure it's an adventure
We're the
they'll
newbie.
never forget.
Y'all are
You
really
ready,
the
newbies?
newbies.
Time for character sheets, baby!
Who's Tiny Tina? Who does her voice?
Yes.
Ashley Birch. Love that.
Jamie Lee
Yeah.
Curtis is gonna be in the Borderlands movie. It's gonna be
Oh,
Slay.
sick and
Oh gosh.
Okay, I'm at the character creation. Slay.
Yeah.
Oh no! Now I have to make a decision.
I will say, you get to choose another class as well further down the line. So you get to have like two classes.
What have you
I-
chosen? What has been chosen already? I want a balanced group, and I don't actually care too much what I choose. So
I'm gonna do Graveborn.
Yeah, so there's 3 classes that have little companion buddies, and then there's 3 classes that are more combat-based. So the Berserker, the Stabomancer, and the Spellshot are combat-based, opposed to the Graveborn that has a little skeleton that's kind of like Skeletor. He's like, He-Man, and has like a funny voice. The Spore Warden has a mushroom little guy with a giant butt, and he farts. And then the Clawbringer has a Weaverin little birdie friend.
I'm feeling the Spore Warden, but if someone is already that, I can be someone else.
I don't think it's taken.
I'm debating between the Clawbringer and the Berserker, because I have a tendency of just trying to punch my way through everything. So I feel like those would lean into that pretty well.
I'm gonna do Spellshot. It's like the wizard class.
Nice. I'm gonna
Body
be the Graveborn
and
because they wear
personality.
skulls.
Yeah,
Imagine
if you
having
go.
body and personality.
Pronouns, love seeing that. I've screamed it every time I look at the character creation.
You love what? Oh, the pronouns. Yes, it's really
Makes
cool.
me very happy.
Very
How's
cool.
Even the fearsome get. I must evolve yet again.
But yeah, while we're making our characters, thank you to 2K and Gearbox for providing us with these
Yes.
keys.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Hopefully we can get these
Gearbox,
together
thank you,
more than
2K.
just tonight. Yeah,
Yeah.
Would
also,
love it.
just extra thank you to Josh and Cammy over at 2K. They made this happen. All 4 of us
Yes!
playing. So extra thank you to Josh and Cammy. We love you.
Thank you, Josh and
Yes,
Campy.
thank
Josh and
you.
Cammy. Pour one out for Josh and Cammy.
I'm gonna be like a slutty, like goblin lady.
Oh god. Do you have green skin?
Yeah, I'm fully gonna do that. I want her to be like
Oh my
pumped.
goodness.
I'm definitely
How
gonna be
fun.
Astral or Void Soul. I think I'm leaning Astral.
Ass?
Ass to Astral.
Oh, I'll
I'm
have
the
to go with
Graveborn.
both then.
I'm making my lips.
Yeah, it's a really good character creation. There's like sliders and
Cute.
shit.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm gonna do
Hopefully
the cat
never.
ears. Leave me alone.
Eyelashes.
Oh, you can click this so you don't have to like cycle through them all.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah, if you click on it, you can change it.
Well, you can either do the arrows or you can see them all at the same time, which I didn't notice.
Yeah, that's cool.
I can have cat ears. Oh, I want cat ears.
Yeah, the hair with the cat ears. It's so cute.
I'll change mine, but I'm gonna still be blonde.
I'm actually blonde, Trashly, so
Invented blonde, so true.
I did. Thank you. Thank you for noticing.
Ooh. I love these big chin, big lips.
Yeah, you can make them larger too.
It's so fun. Okay, I'm looking pretty, but I need some makeup. I need face decoration.
Yeah, there's like eyeliner and eyeshadow. It's fierce.
We're gonna do it.
We're gonna do an edgy backstory for me.
Thank you. Okay. Oh, I guess I don't need to adjust my ear size because you can't see them.
Also, I would like to also mention that Josh was so generous to give us the I think it's called the Champion Edition of the game, so we have all of the content.
Sickening.
All the content, all the DLC, all of the extra little customizations from launch.
I'll never know what I missed. I'll never know what I almost didn't have.
Yeah. Yeah. Honestly. Ooh,
we need
smoky.
these long
Smoky.
fucking
Winged out
ears.
smoky eye? Are you kidding?
Slaying.
Perfect.
Slay fierce.
Oh my god, we could do small noses
Small nose.
or big noses.
For sure, this one. I'm all over this right now. Ooh, purple eye. The yellow with the purple eye makeup? What?
Yeah, there's like a rainbow cosmetic we got from the Champion Edition.
That's incredible.
It's very slay.
Not
That's
Mega
fun.
Karen.
Mega Karen? Oh no.
Well, I'm making my lips as big as
Okay, that's
possible.
Blush. Oh.
Can I do like blue eyeshadow?
You
Oh my god, I
should.
could do rainbow eyeshadow fierce. Oh, she's pumped.
Definitely that. This is so cute.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, they have Bosco eyebrows.
Oh, they do.
I thought that too.
Pointed.
Flamingo flavor.
Oh wow, my character
for
is
sure.
giving.
Ooh,
I'm
long
serving.
eyelashes.
I'm serving. I'm serving the house down.
Oh my god.
I love like coffee.
So horrible.
I love this lip
Coffee
color that's like
crazy
green and
eyes.
pink and yellow and shit. That's fun.
Pupils are gonna be tiny pupils, so you just kind of look like a maniac.
I want to change my hair color. Can orcs not change their hair color? That's not nice.
Really?
No, we can't. I'm just being dramatic.
Oh, okay. I'm like, go to the
I
stylist,
kind of like
girl.
the glowing eyes because it makes it more visible.
The glowing is cool.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm serving. I'm a model. I'm now a model.
I can't. My character. She's such a legend.
Oh
This is all
my
too complicated. I'll
god.
just go with blank or this one.
Let's see. Ooh, I like that.
Literally a Bratz doll.
What
Can I
about
give
them?
them a BBL? I hope so.
Did you say what about Nem?
Yeah.
I just got a warning. Some items appear disabled. Oh, I see. That's because I have symmetry. Do we want symmetry? Or is that just... Symmetry's boring at these...
Symmetry is canceled. Ooh.
feel like the one eye is going to be a lot bigger because it has to work because that hair is in front of it.
Goodness, there's so many color options.
I know. I'm like getting
lot.
lost in like customizations.
Oh,
Okay.
I put on the
think I'm
rainbow
ready.
makeup.
Oh, you can't change the different eyes colors. It's fine. I don't need that. Oh my god, I
I'm
have so much.
very
more to do.
gorgeous.
Yeah, I'm killing it. Y'all aren't gonna take me.
I don't want any scars. Flip scar. Oh. What about a tattoo?
Just be careful. There's presets and stuff at the bottom when you're like doing your character. Just don't like reset it. Because I've done that and it was sad.
I'm gonna use this tattoo as blush.
There's a blush option.
Well, it'll be contour then.
That's actually interesting. Maybe I should try that.
Oh, I like this color, this lip color.
My form is ephemeral.
Oh, never mind. It's kind of green.
I really can't tell the difference in the eyeliner.
I put the eyeliner under my eyes in white. So it's like, you know, big eyes.
Okay, Slay.
Serving moments. I'm happy with this.
Yeah, same.
Blush.
Yeah, I'm gonna be raised by elves.
I'm onto armor decoration now.
This is the stream. This is what I'm doing tonight.
Yep. There we go.
The character Deere is making compared to yours, I cannot. Oh.
What's wrong with my character?
Nothing. Mine's messed up and scary looking.
Valentine, you've just drawn your own face over the character sheet?
It said draw your
Ooh,
hero.
we gotta do main
and
event
I'm
lipstick. Oh my god, Metal Majesty. I want
And
this
Frank, it
lip.
says your
Yeah.
starter sword does...
So I think
Which one?
after you...
Welcome
My bad,
in.
I left off a zero.
Welcome.
Okay, no plan! Fred and
My
Valentine can't be
stream's
trusted
going
with
in and
pencils,
out,
let alone
unfortunately,
dice.
tonight. My
So it is up
internet
to you,
is
newbie. You,
not doing well.
Facemaker. Ba-ba-ba-ba. And these fools shall be thine advisors, I guess.
Fine. I advise that you better be a badass. We're here to slay evil and get gold.
I know you see me as a role model. Follow my lead and you'll be a great fate maker.
And I think we can invite each other to each other's games after we do, like, you select,
You do not break character
you hit
voice.
finish character, and then after that there's like a
Break
little
piece of that.
explanation, whatever, and then it
universe is a
teleports you to walk
garden of
around. So I think we can
arcane
join each other then.
I will break
Okay, I'll just do that. I'm starting.
Yeah, do that. That's what I'm just listening to the dialogue now. But I've already heard it, so.
I'm not
You've already done it a million times.
I've done it 3 times already.
I don't see anything.
I love how my
Gotta
character
imagine it,
just
knucklehead.
looks
Just close
holographic.
your eyes.
It's funny how we make the characters and then we'll never be able to see them.
Yeah. I mean, we'll see each other on each other's streams, so like Slay.
Right. True. We'll see each other in clips.
That harbors a dark secret.
Okay, I believe I can now. I'm gonna try inviting. I don't have either of you, but I have Kara.
Oh, because we're on Epic, right?
Yes.
You journeyed far to be
How do I
here,
add a friend on
heeding the
Epic?
call of the queen herself.
I think
The
the
queen
social menu is F3.
Herself. What could she want of us?
I don't know what my
She
character
fears the
background
dragon
should
lord will
be,
soon
but I
reawaken.
feel
Uh,
like I should pick
Find
Village
his tomb
Idiot.
and prevent his resurrection.
I did the
What
Raised
I'm
by
hearing
Elves
is
one.
We get to whoop
Oh,
his
I did
ass.
the pack rat
online.
one.
Here's a little cheat sheet to track your health and magic stuff.
Rat.
I hoard all the village makeup.
Where'd my lipstick go?
Literally.
Oh, my current session is offline. Your online connection is preventing.
Oh, okay. So
use.
it's so weird. You have to go to the Shift website. I know.
Shit. Website.
And then you have to link your Epic Games to a Shift account.
I think I already did that.
Yeah, just make sure you just like log in again or something. I don't know. I was confused too because I did it, but when I logged in it worked. But you're gonna have to
Shift Gearbox?
Mm-hmm.
What did you name your characters?
I'm named Deere because I'm pretty and I'm wearing purple.
I didn't name it this, but my character's name is Penelope.
You didn't name it that, but your name is Penelope. Okay.
Yeah.
New quest discovered.
I just invited you, Kara. I don't know if it's working.
Oh, I can
I got
log
the
in
invite
through
and then I
Twitch.
went to click on it and then it went away.
Oh, okay. I'll try again.
No, I will. Pop that up.
We're almost there.
So complicated.
I know, it's very weird.
Okay, I've made an account.
Oh, I'm inviting the wrong person, I think. LOL.
Oh, I'm getting him, but I'm in another cutscene.
Oh, I thought I was inviting the wrong person. My bad.
No, you're fine.
There was someone on my friends list and I can't read without my glasses, so I'm just like pressing buttons.
Honestly, one is like so funny.
I know, their role is so
you
good
to
in
be
this.
badass.
Okay, it says that I'm associated now.
Okay, so when you get to the ground level where you can walk around, just I'll link up here.
Okay, I'm letting the cutscene go.
So, should I do this tutorial?
When you drop to the ground, I think we can all join each other. Like when you're at the first place with the grass and the windmill.
Yeah.
I think we can join each other.
Okay.
But I'm not sure.
Okay, I'm
We'll
in the
see.
grass in the windmill.
Okay, I'm gonna invite you and see if it works and see if we can get these other two in here.
Cool. Fun. Love.
Live, laugh, love.
There we go. Invites.
My 4 invites to you.
Go online.
Okay, I'm dropping in. Fun. Oh, okay. Glade of helpful tutorials. Running around.
So when you do the social tab, does it say you still need to go online?
Yes.
Social.
Did you link the Epic Games thing to your shift?
No, let me do that real quick.
Yeah, you just have to like link it or something. I know I should have said it before, but I didn't even know before I started.
I did that.
Do I have your
This
Epic
feature
Games?
requires all active players to be connected to Gearbox software shift. I thought I was.
You might have to restart.
Maybe I do have to restart. I think I should probably save there, right?
How do you,
Yeah, you do.
How do I go to the social menu?
I believe it is Shift F3.
Oh. I don't have any friends.
What is your? Do you know what your thing is?
That's sad, Trashly.
That is
Should be
so sad.
DragTrashly. Apparently, Gearbox has been down for hours. Someone said in my chat.
Oh.
I'm online, but I
wonder-
just can't get anybody in here because nobody's like online right now. So hopefully we can figure something out.
Do we have to be friends via Epic Games Store?
Yeah, I'm adding you right now.
I don't see Epic Games Store. Did it go away?
Email. Oh my goodness. Okay.
Do I add one? I just added you,
I
Trashly.
love how like Steam will never close on my computer, and Epic Games Store wants to close so badly, it does it every opportunity it gets.
Okay, I added both of you. I have everybody now added on Epic.
Please hold. I'm very new. I'm
Oh,
very
I
new
can
to
join
this.
you.
Yes, everything's very new. The game just came out, so if we're running into issues, it's okay.
All right. We're gonna figure it out. You said you added me.
I did, on Epic.
I looked at my friends list on Epic and I'm only friends with Therona Shade.
It says one mutual, I guess it's Therona.
I don't even know what I've played with her. Why, like, not why did I friend Therona, but like, when?
Why did you?
You said to access the Epic, I do what?
Shift F3.
Shift F3. Oh, there we go. Okay.
I joining you and it said I couldn't.
Why
it doesn't-
not?
I don't have any friend requests from you.
I just
it's
invited you.
learning-
Try that.
I can't remember what the error said, but it said something about the game
Let me
has
try again.
started or
Let me
something.
try again.
Yeah, mine just says it still says that I'm offline.
Oh, I accepted
the
your friend
other menu
request.
said I was offline.
Here, we're gonna do this.
But
Hold
honestly,
on.
that might be true for me. So, it said connection failed. The connection to the host failed. The game session no longer exists.
I'm back in the main menu, so let's try main menu.
I love day one.
Yeah.
Difficulties.
This is the
I think it's
hardest part of the
very
game.
fierce.
So I'm in the main menu. Let's see if we can get the party together in the main menu.
What if I leave, like, go to the main menu?
Yeah, try that.
Why do I search DragTrashly and I find someone named Mario Person? Trashly, can you shed light on that?
It's not me.
Somebody.
Let's go to edit group.
I'm adding CharaCouture.
Oh yeah,
So
I do have this offline connection thing, which is...
Okay, so for that, you just have to go to Shift, Gearbox, and then when you sign in on a browser, just click Link Epic's Game Store, and then it should, like, sign you in or whatever.
I already did that, like, when I started the game.
You just have to do it again, and then, like, restart your game.
Okay, so sign out.
Yeah.
And then
I'm gonna do that too. Just
sign back in.
Sure.
Yeah, that's what I had to do to get it to work. I don't know why I did that, but it did.
Successfully associate this platform with your account. How nice.
It says the Gearbox multiplayer is down as of 37 minutes ago.
Oh.
According to Lizbot.
Oh.
And her information is always on point.
Maybe we'll have to play separately. But let's try it still. Thank you, 2K, for the game. I'm excited to play it. Cheers. Thank you, Spencer, for that link.
Oh my goodness. There we go.
My keyboard lights just change. Everything turn off. Everything's connected to the internet these days, and my internet's
Yay.
not great.
The phone, the controller, our lives, our TVs, our toasters.
Literally,
our
I'm just gonna go to
bathtubs.
bed because my life is connected to the internet, and my internet's being bad.
You won't be able to read a book. You won't be able to open a
No.
refrigerator.
All my lights are connected. My refrigerator only opens if it's online. I'm joking, but literally my Elgato key lights have to be connected to the internet.
Yeah, mine too. They have to
Mine
be
too.
connected to the Wi-Fi.
And I hate that so much.
There's a
'Cause
way to
sometimes-
turn them on without, but like it's a bit much.
Sometimes
It's a
it
bit much.
messes up. Yeah.
Go online.
So I'm
gonna
just a little
try to go online.
confused why it's having, because like I'm online, like I can see everybody online, like it says I don't have to. So I'm like,
Within the game?
yeah, it says like I'm ready to go.
Oh.
Like I know the issue y'all are having because I had it earlier. So
I'm getting this feature requires all active players.
It says get online now. I'm trying. I sure am trying.
I reopened the game, so
I restarted
I'm-
as well,
I'm
but I never
signing
got a
back in.
prompt to re-log in via browser.
all right.
So I wonder if I need to like maybe.
There are a lot of people saying that it's that the service is down, but that doesn't explain why Nemesis is connected. Nemesis, let me in. I'm knocking on your door.
I'm trying to figure out what to do.
Oh, V Senna says my boyfriend and I are playing together because we're on LAN, a landline.
So if we could just connect via Ethernet cables.
Across the country.
toss me yours, Trashly from Chicago.
I'm
That's
very
so-
concerned. I switched group privacy from LAN to local only, and now it won't switch back.
Oh no! How funny.
Oh my God.
Green screen. How nice. Fun.
Has anyone gotten past the go online screen?
Nope.
No.
Okay.
Not yet. Maybe we can't right now.
Dear God.
Well, we want to do it. I'd like to do it. That's too bad. Matchmaking. Roster. How did you get past it, Nem? Spill your secrets.
I went through the shift thing and then restarted my game, and then it just like worked.
I
Like,
did that too. Why are you so special?
Don't know.
Yours is connected through Twitch and through Epic?
No, just Epic.
Yeah.
Oh, mine is linked through Twitch. I wonder if that's bad.
You can do both. Day one release be like.
Love that. Sometimes happens. It sometimes happens this way.
Keep restarting the game till you get in.
I'm just hoping that it'll.
Here, I'm gonna like look at your streams to see what's going on. See if I can.
I'm gonna try reloading it to just as test, just as a sexy quick test, just to make sure.
Oh, Trashly, you look lovely. The character.
Dang. Oh, connect with friends you are now online.
Okay, let's
But
see if
that's outside the game. That's like on Epic.
Oh, okay.
Epic.
I wonder if I invited you
Trashly.
through Epic Games if it would work.
Trashly, you haven't friended me back. It's very upsetting. Trashly's muted. She hates everybody. She will not speak to a soul.
So fucked.
Oh, I was muted. Sorry. It changed my keyboard lights. Every time I open the game, my keyboard lights turn off. That's not good.
What?
What?
Oh my God, we are all over the place.
We are cursed. Karma
If I could-
will find us.
At the end of the night, I'm gonna be in the middle of Lake Michigan, trying to fix my computer on a like piece of wood. Being
You'll,
like, if I could...
you'll be floating out into the
Face
the middle
down
of the,
floating.
of the wall.
The wig just
Oh,
off
no.
behind you.
Like things
Wig
are just
floating
getting worse for
nearby.
me. Okay, so what did you do to connect, dear?
I haven't connected.
Oh, thought you did.
I left the game and then it said you are ready to play online, but that was like in Epic. In the
And it
Epic
still says
store.
you're offline in the social tab.
Yeah.
I'm gonna
I'm-
update Epic Game Store.
Wait, I just got a pop-up and it says use Tiny Tina's Wonderland with your Epic Games account. Allow.
When you open the game,
Yeah, I opened the game and it gave me a browser thing and it said, "Do you want to link this game with your Epic?" I sure do,
Probably.
bestie. Let me in. Don't know what that means. What is it? It's a mystery. Woo!
I'm like not touching my game because apparently I am the chosen one. It's working.
You will never be let back in if you mess this up.
Yeah.
do we know why she's called Tiny Tina, and how do I get called Tiny Trashly?
Well, no. So yeah.
You have to be tiny. Trashly.
I think she's like 14 too.
Start by being tiny first.
So
of all.
okay.
Start
my
by
keyboard
aging
lights
backwards.
turned off. Great. So the game is starting. That's good.
Same.
It's not letting me online, which is very upsetting.
Just everybody's, you know, we're out here.
I mean, thank you for the game still.
Yeah.
It's just
I've
the
enjoyed
connection
it
to the
so
sound
far.
bomb.
I mean, worst case scenario, we can definitely like schedule this
Yeah.
again.
Maybe we should just play like separately but together for a little while.
That is definitely an option.
I'm going to the Snoring Valley. I'm making sure to check all the loot I've hoarded.
Let's see if this connects. It probably won't, but let's see.
I wonder if we could do through Epic. I doubt it, but
When I try to join you through Epic, it does some weird. It says the server or the game is no longer
I want to see.
there. Well, it doesn't show that on the capture. But like if
Oh,
you
I
do
meant like I
Shift
was gonna
F-
do it.
Oh, if you do Shift F3, I see Nemesis and I can press join.
Oh, can I do that?
But yeah,
Shift F3.
do you see Nemesis? You can press
Oh, I see
join.
Kara, I see Trashly, I see Nemesis, and Nemesis does say join.
Yeah.
But if I
pressed
do
it.
that, it says the server's dead or something.
Maybe it's because you were, maybe Nemesis, you were like on it before it went wrong. So like you are like grandfathered into it to like.
I loaded it at the same time as y'all. I've been playing on my PS4. This is a separate one.
Oh, weird. That's odd. Game session no longer exists. Nemesis, where's the game session?
Yeah,
I'm in the main menu.
Mine did the same. My character is so gorgeous though with her candy yum yum lip.
I guess you could
okay.
just like keep
Boom.
relaunching until I don't know.
I mean, I think they're
Happy
probably
launch
trying
day.
to fix the multiplayer servers right now.
Maybe they'll fix it like right at this very second. Also, are you not able to have like a display picture on this service?
Yeah, you can full screen,
Full screen.
like full screen game capture.
It says the
I don't know
team
what
is
that
still
means. I
working
mean, like,
on-
I'm looking at my friends list and it's like, I'm D. Like, my picture is just the letter D. Kara's the letter C.
Oh, I don't know.
You're the color N.
Wow.
I mean, you're the letter N with the color red.
Beautiful.
Color N.
Sorry, I can't. I'm stressed. I'm not actually stressed, but just for the sake of arguing, you know, I'm very stressed. I'm a working woman. The color N. Mess. Holly, it's me, Holly. I don't want to hear it. Please shush. Please respectfully fuck off.
I mean, worst comes to worst, we could just do the tutorial solo and see if it fixes by
I'm
then.
doing it. I'm finding loot. I've got money. I'm rich.
Okay.
I'm fucking rich. I'm ready. I'm finding boxes.
I think the tutorial stops at... I don't remember.
Somewhere in the world. You were playing on your PS4?
Yeah, because it's not, the quality of games doesn't really look good on PC because I'm getting a new PC soon. PC's
Oh, okay,
dying.
got you. Like, you'd rather progress on your console at this time.
Yeah, because it puts a lot of stress on my PC to like play on PC
That makes
and
sense.
stream at the same time.
Yeah, it does take a lot, doesn't it?
Yeah.
I know Therona was using like a double PC setup, and I'm like, that's wild.
Oh my god.
Treacherous bridge. My path is
I can't
wavering.
imagine. I thought about doing that, and I was
Recognize
like,
one of the Queen's
I have so
waystones.
much problems just
It's
using one
supposed to
PC.
call
Yep.
The Queen's magic
Actually, you have enough
stone.
problems. You don't need
Radiant
more.
power of Aurora.
That's
You
funny.
now have magical sight
Um,
and hearing.
So I learned how to
A
punch
fallen
shit. I'm
tree
punching
bars
stuff.
your path. What you
Period.
gonna do about it, huh?
I
Did you do the jumping yet?
I'm jumping.
It's a
I'm also
species
jumping.
called
I'm jumping. I'm
Jumpus
punching.
tutorialis, and we're
I got
Jumpus
money.
Tutorialis.
Yeah.
Ahead, the glint of
This game
edged
seems
steel
very cute, and I
beckons you
love it.
forward.
Oh,
It's very your vibe, like
It's
D&D
really
and like really
cute.
cute.
you thirst
Yeah.
for battle.
Well, it's B&B in this, not D&D.
Well, let's get
What does
you.
B&B stand for?
Brazilian
Bunkers and
butt.
badasses.
Great for clean.
So
Not
the
breasts and butts.
digging through the cave. The rocky ceiling moves
What was it?
A true fate
The game in this
knows
is called
when to
Bunkers
stand
and
tall
Badasses.
And when to
Oh,
crouch.
that's cute.
Yeah, work them sweet glutes.
So the
And if you
acronym
I-
is
crouch
I
B&B.
prefer
and crouch,
TNA, but-
you'll slide around like a cool
I prefer TLC, but you know.
And I prefer orchestra and balcony.
I'm gonna punch a chimney. Why the fuck not? Oh, mushrooms.
Another waystone
Die.
guides your
Oh,
path,
they don't
but
respond.
reaching it will
The Queen's Waystones.
You like
Fucking
the
throw
accents?
ourselves off a. Oh no, it lets you. Oh,
I'm going through a pack of
You're
nasty-
fine.
Yeah! Combat!
we
Kill
get
them!
teleported
Looking
back.
in the
That's
alternate
good.
paths
There's
of
no
the
Benji.
tutorial, it doesn't matter. 'Cause the gamer in me wants to try every single inch of the entire map,
You have
but
defeated
it's also the
Bats.
tutorial.
Luckily, they were carrying their life savings
Maybe.
for some reason. All yours now.
I think we killed everything down here. Climb up there and follow the hoof prints.
There. Oh, not this crab getting in my face.
Well,
That's cute.
since the social isn't working, I guess we could go over what the champion thing has, what we unlocked. Like you get.
Oh, like we have the special version, is what you mean.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we have the season
Ooh.
pass if there's ever DLC, but from getting the extra content we get the Dragon Lord pack, we get Butt Stallion pack, and that includes the Dragon Lord character preset with armor, face, makeup, and banner presets.
Oh my god, they hooked us
Ooh.
up.
Yeah, Dragon Lord weapon, the Apex, Dragon Lord spell. In this game, you have spells called Skull and Tear. And then the Butt Stallion.
Volunteer.
Butt Stallion pack has armor, makeup, and banner presets. And
Makeup.
you get a golden character armor preset as
These
well.
lands are indeed
Ooh.
vast.
Wait, how do we access that?
You have to accept it in your mail, and then when you get to the first main safe place after the tutorial, you can go to the customizable station and do that.
How fun! So you can like switch stuff on the fly anytime.
Fallen
Well,
Oh,
not
yes!
live.
And you can change your character's pronouns and
It
body type at
seems
any time.
That's
Oh,
right.
we can
The
go
famous rule of the
get some
Wonderlands
surgery.
since I was but a humble
Yeah.
I
like
like
you,
surgery.
Bing Bongs.
I almost
little
ran off
cheek
the
lift.
cliff.
Foreseen your arrival and left a
You can change your
powerful
cheekbones
weapon for
whenever you want.
The weapon of a fate.
Ooh, glowing hooves.
Me trying to be like, oh my god, so progressive, you can change your pronouns, and you're like, oh my god, we can go get a botched nose job? Slay!
That's my takeaway, thank you.
It's practically ancient.
I just got a
Shall
crossbow.
deal death.
Oh my god, me too!
Ashley's a
Wait,
cheat.
there's guns in fantasy?
You're in
I got an
Taylor's
axe.
fantasy, baby!
3 bullets till I have to reload. Oh, this is not gonna be good for me.
Slime floor rises beneath you. From here, you can spy a
Up,
quaint
chop.
little village.
I hope I find a
nestled in
better
the
weapon
Goodwood
with
Hills
more
Valley.
ammo.
You never will.
Found it. A dark and ancient castle.
Don't
So,
hold your breath.
Trashly and Deere, you've never played a Borderlands game before?
I think Kara said never
I
also.
No, I haven't either.
Really? I thought you had Kara.
Wonderlands, like one time at a LAN party.
We're like, let's collab on this game that none of us has played. Nemesis, help! Help
Yeah,
us,
I wish I
please.
could help more. I wish the online was. We'll see if it works by the end of the tutorial. Hopefully, we get.
I mean, it's like
answers.
first-person shooter, so when I played it, it reminded me a lot of like Overwatch and Call of Duty. It's first-person shooter, right?
Yeah, it is. It's a first-person
More
shooter.
whimsical,
Yeah.
more fun. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. Having fun, not taking themselves seriously.
Oh yeah, it's like
A little limp
really.
in the wrist.
Yes, it's definitely has a lot of queer content in it, which is really awesome. And
That's
also,
nice.
with it being an FPS, it doesn't
Bitch,
take itself too
rude.
seriously, so it's not like really competitive and gross and sweaty. So that's kind of slay.
No gamer words.
No, none of those.
I'm right
That's
here.
good.
Well, there are some in the call playing,
There are
but,
some in the call, but yeah,
we
we're not
won't be
gonna
saying
say
that.
Ooh, got a magical shield.
I think this is a great like gateway for y'all to like have your first experience in one of these, because this is like way more whimsical.
Yeah,
Like,
it's really like
fantasy.
cute and pretty. All the characters are lively. Who wouldn't swallow Valentine? Let's be honest.
Oh, I was thinking the Dragon Lord, but you know.
Him too. Who wouldn't swallow?
Sorry. So abrupt. Who wouldn't swallow?
Oh. I think I'm supposed to shoot.
Kara's deafened. That's unfortunate.
Well, thank God they didn't hear that.
Yeah, well.
Oh, I have to shoot these barrels.
Okay, I have a crossbow as well. I'm gonna shoot a bit.
Stop stealing my gig, dear.
I have a crossbow and I got it most recently, so
You
mine is
have
most
blonde
important.
hair. That's your thing. I have a crossbow. That's my thing. Stay out of my lane.
Hey, okay, well, what are you gonna give me?
I don't know.
Very heroic. Tina, can we blow up the rock?
Wait,
This game's
is
really
it over?
cute, and I wish we could play it together. I hope it fixed. I hope it gets fixed soon.
Me too. That would be really nice. It would be really precious. It would be the best of the game.
And keep refreshing their little page.
Like, this is definitely a game I want to play with my friends.
With
that are
buddies,
you.
absolutely. I'm fighting skeletons. The skeleton is laughing at me. It's not cool.
I think,
Ocean.
I think it's better anyways if y'all really adventure through the tutorial, and then when we get to the safe place, safe
Well,
race.
ma'am, I
Get
did
used
ask
to it for a
you,
bit.
is there a tutorial I need to play through? And you said
I
no.
thought it would be nice, funny content for us, but the online isn't working.
to just throw ourselves in.
Yeah, I wanted
What
to
if
see all
not-
you
what if you can't do
newbies.
multiplayer until you do the tutorial?
Huh?
That
What
might
if you
be
can't
possible,
do
maybe.
multiplayer until you do the tutorial?
I doubt it, but maybe. I just think it's because the servers are having.
The
Not me
servers are a bit
cheating,
cooked.
so this
They're a bit
innocent
cooked.
child.
Yeah, they're having gay sex right now.
Oh my god, the badass skeleton's hard.
That's nice. I'm happy for them.
Like,
Oh my god, be who you
seriously.
are.
Oh my god, I'm gonna die, I think.
Uh,
What happened to that thing?
I'm sniping. I'm Widowmaker.
I thought I had a potion.
Excuse you. How did you get here, bitch? Rude. Yuck. Oh, I want that.
Might as well save her peasant ass.
Hi, Millard. Hi, Talos. Yeah, the online isn't working right now, so we're kind of just doing whatever.
That skeleton was so rude.
Bashed me the fuck off my little stage. Hate that. My little platform.
Thank you for saving my peasant ass stranger. How can I ever repay
I got a new
Vis-
action. So.
Vicenna has confirmed you can actually play multiplayer before you've even made a character.
Oh. Oh,
That's
wow.
Unfortunate. That's unfortunate to learn that it's just plain not working.
Well,
So Vicenna's saying you have nothing to work for. It's not working. Give up now.
Tomb is inside a crypt.
that's so slay.
Ribula is fun. That's so slay the world.
Slay the world. Hit that slay button. The servers did not
Okay.
hit the slay button.
So
They
there
are
is an
unslayed.
ability-
Binge watching.
There's an ability it told me to equip, and I feel like I missed how to equip it.
Okay, so hit. What are you playing on? On controller or keyboard?
keyboard. So I hit what it said, which was tab.
Okay, and then go to the skills, and then at the top of the skill tree, it's gonna have 2 skills, but unfortunately you only can use the one right now because the other skill you get when you level up to 7. And you just press it, and it
I
should be
just
equipped.
click it.
Yes.
Oh. Do you have to, like, can you just re-spec at any point?
Yeah, you can, first, those are different, so when you put your points into the other things below it, if you see the other stuff below it,
yeah.
So those are like stat boosts and stuff and like passive abilities. But the ones at the top, if you like, you can change those at any time. You don't even have to go to a station. You can just change it when you unlock it. So you can go back and forth between your 2 abilities.
I love this game. I just rolled a d20 and got some loot. And I
Slay!
In love.
Nubbler, thank you so much for the Prime. I'm so sorry I'm trying to explain the game to everybody, but I'm having an amazing time. We're just waiting for the servers to go back up, but it is these 3 ladies' first time playing this game ever, so I'm just trying to explain as much as I can.
Figure it out someday, right?
What happened? I'm
need to
sorry.
know. I unlocked like a move or something. They looked at their hands, and I didn't pick up on what was happening.
Oh, that's your... They changed it. Like, it's not called a shield, but it's your shield. So at the bottom left, above the health bar, you have a shield, which will
I see.
protect you. But it's not called a shield because it's magical.
This peasant's name is Peasant-Ass Peasant. I'm living.
Yeah. I thought that was hilarious.
But yeah, if you have any questions, just let me know. Because I'm kind of a geek with this name game.
Why?
Why are the servers not working? I don't know.
Ooh, what is this? Ooh.
I guess I'll talk to the peasant.
Oh, I found a dice.
I have to revive Allie.
Oh. Oh.
Yeah, your
Don't
friend
like
Allie.
these skeletons running at me. It's not very nice.
Yeah, they're not great. They're not the nicest people I've ever
Oh my
met.
god, I just turned someone into a sheep.
That's cute.
I didn't know that was my ability. That's so cool. It's crazy that I've played this game, like, I started this game with 3 different characters already, and every time it's already so different. I think that's so cool.
You can switch between them. Keeps combat spicy, like jambalaya.
So, Tina.
I have 1 hero point and 1 skill point.
Oh yeah, hero points are for your constitution, intelligence, wisdom, and stuff like that.
Oh, and you go to the hero stats to do that. I see.
Correct.
What does dexterity skill scale range weapons? Or is that still strength?
What, so, let me go to, because I actually have it as well. So strength increases crit damage, dexterity increases crit chance, intelligence increases spell cooldown, wisdom increases...
We all have ranged weapons, right?
Yeah.
I think we all have intelligence.
Because it's an FPS.
Well, 3 of us.
Oh, I don't have intelligence.
Three of us. Excuse you. Oh, I just shot the peasant in the head. Oops.
I picked the one that didn't have intelligence.
That's an interesting name that just followed me, but that's so slay. Welcome.
Slay
Oh,
the
you can
world.
slide?
Yeah. Yeah, you can
If you run
slide.
and then duck.
You can also do a ground slam. If you jump and then use your melee button, you can do a slam with your melee weapon.
Ooh, that's fun.
Wait, my melee's B, but it didn't work.
It might be another button. I might have lied to you. I'm playing on controller, so I have no idea.
Yeah, I might end my stream actually soon, just because literally half my frames are over half my frames are dropping.
Bones clutching a dusty spellbook as though awaiting a destiny that never came.
Well, this place is
That is not very slay, but that is totally okay.
I still might like play around just to get through the tutorial at least. Wait, how long is the tutorial? Is it just this village?
It's the village, and then like your first little boss.
Okay.
Thank you for saving my peasant ass. That is so funny.
portal down into the depths beneath the castle. It smells of old stone and older secrets. You hear a rumble and a booming laugh that seems to come from all around you.
My peasant ass is killing me. Uh-oh.
Ominous.
Oh,
Feels just like home.
I found it!
my shield went away.
The perfect hiding place.
Okay.
It's coming back.
See, skills. Ooh,
He's gonna resurrect the
It looks like people are
I was
slowly
planning
able
of,
to get online.
doing an early stream and then seeing them tomorrow. But maybe I'll change that up since the internet sucks.
Wait, what are you doing, Trashly?
Oops, sorry, I didn't realize I unmuted myself. I'm fighting these aliens by the castle. No, I was
Okay.
saying maybe I'll just go out and drag tonight, just because I'm not going to sit here and drag and play single player without streaming it.
You don't like to do that?
But
That's weird.
if the multiplayer starts working, I'll stop streaming still play with y'all.
I think Kara just said that it's working now, right?
Oh, I didn't.
Did
It's
you?
slowly starting to get back up.
Oh, good.
I've seen
Kara's
some
like, I wouldn't
people.
say that. I would
I
not
wouldn't
say
know.
The waystone glows. You feel its
Why am I like already a pro at this? I don't know how
You're
you
the
guys
best at the
play
game.
FPS with controllers because I cannot.
See, I can't do hardly anything with mouse and keyboard.
Same.
But it's so much easier to aim.
I think it's
It
easier
is.
to aim on controller.
I
No.
know it's
That
it's
is
easier for
your
me.
That is your incorrect opinion, and that you're allowed to have that.
It's easier for me on mouse, but like everything else is so much more tough that it's like it's useless. I need health. My God.
You know what I realized too? Part of the reason why we probably can't connect is because it's literally the day it comes out, so the servers are probably dying.
Yeah, they're probably
Everybody's
just
playing.
overstuffed.
Yeah.
Everyone in the world is like, let me get in on this.
But I mean, hey, we all have the game now, provided.
We got the game. Thank you, 2K.
Yeah, we definitely need to. If we can't play multiplayer tonight, we definitely need to schedule another night.
Yeah, I'm playing this like all week, so Slay. Like I'm gonna be
Slay
playing
the
this non-stop.
world.
But I want to equip or take her. Is there an inventory limit? Because I just keep snatching up everything I see.
It's like 50 or something crazy. But you also can upgrade it with money.
Your minion failed.
Real money?
No.
Oh.
Open your purse.
Is that I
Open your purse.
Oh, not this one.
open
coming
your
around the corner.
purses.
But I would assume there's
Open
probably
your
gonna be like,
pussy.
not your purse, pussy.
Oh, I'm getting lots of bags. Honey, I'm gonna be fucking rich. I'm never gonna talk to any of you again once I get this rich.
Love that. Happy for you.
Come on. The fate
Happy for your success, you bitch.
You'll never hear from me
Stronger
again.
than the ones she sent
You'll
You'll
be
never
except-
see me
that.
again.
Except you will once I get better internet.
Wonder.
And once you run out of money,
Yeah.
We'll meet
you'll be like,
again
"Hi, I'm
later,
back.
Baker.
Please support me."
I've been playing so much Elden Ring that I'm checking every single path, and I don't think I.
Are you enjoying Elden Ring?
Damn it, he got away.
Yeah, I didn't think I would, but I am because it's
But you are.
more accessible.
Fatemaker's journey begins as so many do, with a heart full of fire.
I played it for like 5 minutes and then I
Ooh.
died, so I stopped playing.
It will end
Did you die to that giant man on a horse?
Yes! And then I ran into a catacomb and then some monster jumped at me and I almost shit my pants. I was so scared.
Wait a minute. Did you hear what he said?
My entire chat was screaming at me like, "Just go back to him later," and I was like, "No." But really, you just have to skip that him and do something else.
I'm very
and level
stubborn.
up.
I would just sit there for hours and be
Me
like,
too.
"I'll eat it eventually."
I'd be
Even
like,
if I
Gotta
never
require-
do.
Required
It'll be a
boss.
5-hour no progress stream, like Lady Lay.
what did you just say?
Someone to pick with, yeah.
Lady Lay will be like, "I'm gonna beat this boss with no health items and no weapons," and she has 5-hour streams where she's just fighting the same boss over and over and over in Resident Evil.
God, I love Lady so much.
It's so funny.
It's a legend.
I found an ice weapon. It's so fierce. Get frozen.
Did y'all hear that guy say I've got a bone to pick with you and they're all skeletons? Because
That's funny.
I love that. And
That's clever. You should steal that.
Am I a speedrunner? Because I'm already at the part that's like the safe spot.
I am already
Stop
opening
showing
every
off.
chest I can find.
Me too. I'm opening all these chests and it's all ammo and it's like, you don't need this.
Yep.
You don't need this. Why are you here? That's what all these chests say.
I need the loot. I need the sweet fucking loot.
I need the money. I need the money. I need the goddamn money. Ooh, a dice. Yay. Oh, what are these?
Y'all, my stream is increasingly unstable. I don't think can someone say something in chat if you're even watching? Please. It's so bad.
Oh no.
I just see red. I see red everywhere.
I dropped my ice weapon and I'm very upset about it. My ice weapon is fucking dead. It's really sad.
Do
I'll
we
take
get
this other
hand
one.
grenades eventually?
So no, in this game, in place of grenades, there's spells.
Oh, okay, cool.
Spells.
So there's like a bunch of different spells and shit.
Yeah.
Love that. Okay, well, I'm running around a castle.
Also, I just want to let everybody know there's a very sexy man in a kilt, and you can see his pee later. Like you can see his bulge. It's very hot.
Them, please.
Sorry.
Tell me more.
And one of the game devs was in my
Ooh,
chat when I
pretty.
was like peeking under his kilt, and I was like, "Hi, sorry."
You're like, love your game. Thank you.
Love your
for
game.
everything.
Thank you for giving him a giant pee. Slay.
Slay the world. I'm loving this weapon. Get frozen. Broken. Amazing.
Slay the world. Hi, Ostrich. How are you doing?
I found my first spell. Ooh!
My character is
Oh,
so
that's
gorgeous.
Get frozen, sir.
Wait, it looks like my character's wearing pink cheetah print. She's such a slay.
Ooh, cheetah print. Yes.
Oh, hello.
Done and done.
Nope, you stay away from me.
I did it. Can y'all believe?
Oh, they're not called sheeps in this. They're called skeep.
What do I do with the chandelier? Do I just have to kill them?
There's a thing you punch and it falls.
It says it's immune.
Oh, wrong button.
I'm here to shoot shit, not solve puzzles.
Ooh.
Sorry, I lurked a bit. I'm having some internet issues. No worries, Ostrich. Enjoy the stream. I'm so sorry Cox is being shit.
Smacked him.
How do I even get up there?
Parkour. Parkour.
Oh, I guess I can. Oh, I can climb up
Found
that. It just seemed very tall.
I look at everybody online to see if anything's happened.
You just do a little check-in.
Okay,
Yeah.
everybody.
Oh, that's fun.
Looking at the Twitter to see if anything's happened.
Yeah.
I hope Tina's having fun with this
I'm in a crypt.
B&B.
Bed and breakfast.
Yeah, the bed and breakfast. Am I gonna fight a giant in this catacomb?
Maybe. You'll have to find out.
Wow. What a mystery.
I found I froze a skeleton and he exploded and he was just
Yeah.
legs. And I smacked him and then his crotch fell out.
Oh.
And he
That'll
was just
happen
legs.
sometimes. Are you stupid enough to mess with me?
Question: I have a Stan Borderlands friend, and she loves Tiny Tina. Her birthday is Sunday, and I wanted to gift her this, but it's listed at 79 USD for the full package. Do you feel like it's a good price, or should I wait? Honestly, I might be a little biased because Gearbox and 2K has been really lovely to me, but I will say for the standalone game, I am really enjoying it. So if they really like video games, I would do it. I think you're looking at the Champion Edition. Maybe you could buy them the standard version. If they like it, you can buy them the DLC. But if you want to treat them right at $79, then period, do that for them. But everything in this game so far, the customization at the start is great. The pronouns is so amazing at the beginning. You can really make any character you really would like. And any character with skills and stuff, like you get to do 2 classes. So you get to have a lot of customization on what kind of playstyle you would like. And everything is so bloomful, saturated, and gorgeous. I really love it. I'm going to be streaming it for like the next couple weeks just nonstop. And there's so much to do in this game, opposed to other games, and they really put all their heart in this game. So I would say definitely purchase it for someone. But that's my opinion, because I am a big fan of the series. So I can't really delegate if you would really enjoy it, or if they would enjoy it. But I'm really enjoying it. I would say it's definitely worth the money.
I'm in a cave.
I just cut down the chandelier.
Oh.
Okay, I'm a little bit past the chandelier.
Oh, no, go down in the hole. Thank you.
Oh no, it changed my weapon. Is that on purpose?
Oh god, I'm about to die. This is not great. Do I just hide until I heal?
Is there fall damage?
No fall damage now.
I'm like leaping on the sides of the caves, like worried I'm gonna die.
Sorry, I should have mentioned that. It's like kind of like a staple thing in their series that there's no fall damage too.
That's good.
He's so cute. I wish I was young and cute. And had a witch hat.
Who?
Tiny Tina.
Oh yeah, she's really cute. A little bunny hat. A witch bunny.
I don't know if it was supposed to switch me to this weapon, but it did, and now I'm like, I guess I have to deal with it. Wait, how do I use my like special abilities?
I have no idea on keyboard.
I don't either. I accidentally used mine. I think I know what button it is, but
Maybe 1 and 2. No, that's my weapons.
It might be F, K, or T or something over there.
It looks like I can pause it, so wow, my chat is 15 minutes behind. I'm not even kidding.
Tina, have you been lonely?
What? No! You're lonely! I got friends! I got tons of friends! Look at all these hotties!
Options. Key controls. Keyboard.
I'm grabbing a lot of loot.
Action skill is G. Cast spell is F.
Nice to meet you, Dimitri.
oh, not me falling. Oh,
Are you falling?
I think I fell to my death.
Oh.
Yep, I did.
You fell too. Oh, you jumped off of a cliff.
Yep,
Uh-oh.
unintentionally.
This boss is nasty, and I am... Actually, they have lots of healing around, so I'm fine.
I want to see what everybody looks like tonight. I haven't even seen everybody.
Well, you said I looked gorgeous, so...
They were making it up. I said you look gorgeous, but I was lying.
Ooh! My goodness.
Goodbye.
My chat is responding to me asking if people can see me now, which I asked so long ago.
Oh no.
Oh, thank you so much for the gifted subs. Thank you so much. Greg. Am I pronouncing that correct? Can I call you Greg? Is that okay? Thank you so much for 5 gifted subs. I really appreciate it. We're currently waiting for the servers to work again. We are currently playing with Deere, DragTrashly, and CharaCouture, a 4-player co-op experience, but the servers are down, so we're just trying to wait, see what's going on with the servers, and then we will dive into it. If not tonight, maybe another time, but no. Thank you so much for the gifted subs. Welcome in. I really appreciate it. I'm trying to get a new PC, so that's very slay. Thank you. We all look so pretty. Kara, Deere, and Trashly, we all look gorgeous.
Liz is just keep refreshing her stream. Oh no, that's what Nicole Warden is doing. She's like refresh, refresh, refresh.
I also love Wonderlands content. I've been playing this game. I'm going to be playing it every day this week. Like, I'm going to be streaming tomorrow. I'm going to be streaming the next day, the next day, the next day, the next day. I'm going to be playing this nonstop. I've been excited for this game since it was announced at, I think, E3 or whatever. But I'm going to be playing it. So if you ever want some content, drag-related Borderlands content, come over here. I'd love to have you.
Little tiny purple crab.
Oh gosh.
Careful, don't hurt them. You can hurt them.
I'm not hurting it. I'm looking at it. I'm
Don't shoot
appreciating
it. You're sick.
You shot it, didn't you?
I did.
That's facts.
I thought it was
so
invulnerable.
Cute. You're like, oh, look how cute. And then, like, you smash it dead.
Yeah, I'm horrible. Rotted.
Rotted. Disgusting.
I just want y'all to see my beautiful character. That's all I want.
I would like to approach you.
I do want to see everybody's characters.
I want to get up in that face.
Because I think I have the most beautiful.
Oh, cute. I think I'm always the most beautiful.
Hold on, let me look at your characters real quick.
How are you gonna see our characters if we're playing the game?
Well, I can look at your streams.
Yeah, we're playing it. How are you gonna see them? It's first person, Trashly.
If you die, I should be able to see your reload.
You're waiting for us to die. You're planning for us to die. You're counting the moments until we die.
Not Trashly telling
Also,
y'all to jump off a
shut
cliff.
You're on delay. No one's gonna know how bitchy you are until 8 months have passed. And it's gonna be awful. It's gonna be terrible for you. The fallout is gonna be severe. But for 8 minutes, you're safe.
And no one's gonna know how much of a bitch you are to me for 8 minutes. How
I think
nasty.
that's subjective. I think that's subjective. I think that we can all make our own opinions on my conduct, but you, for sure, extremely bitchy.
He
The
hurts so
Wonderlands.
much.
Oh, yeah, the boss. Yeah.
Oh, you got to the overworld?
To do what he's doing because that's unfair.
You got to big head mode, Deere?
Game. What?
Your character gets a big head in the overworld. It's kind of slay.
I died again.
A big head.
How do I save my soul?
How's your head, Deere?
I'm reading a message, please.
I'm in the overworld.
Slay, me too. I'm just like walking around doing nothing.
He's so unfair.
Oh. Oh.
You don't
My
like?
God. It's a bit. It's something.
Kind of looks like you right now.
Big ol' head.
Big ol' head.
How do I get cut? Like in Pokemon, cut. I can like smash down these branches.
I'm not a doctor, but you can use the.
But you have a knife.
Yeah, we're just gonna do a little incision. You can do.
Taking 130% of my brain capacity fighting this boss. This is Dark Souls boss. This is the tutorial.
Yeah.
Why am I so bad?
Well, I didn't have trouble. I had an ice. Oh no. Oh, thank goodness.
Oh, I have to hit him in the head. I feel like I wasn't hitting him in the head enough.
Isn't that where you're supposed to aim?
I don't know. I don't know his weak spot.
Shoot him in his
He's
ass.
a skeleton. Do I have to kill the Dragon Lord?
Yeah, right now. Final boss, let's go. Who's the Dragon Lord voice actor?
Lynette?
Probably Troy Baker. He voices everything.
It's Tom Holland.
Yeah. Sounds right.
It's Scarlett Johansson. Wow, slay.
She plays everything, yeah.
Not Scarlett Johansson.
Oh my gosh, you can find a Pokemon battle.
Yeah, isn't that funny? This game has a lot of references to like pop culture and like memes and shit. It's really cool.
Prepare for battle! Hi, iPod. Nice to see you. Okay. Encounter start. Who the fuck are you?
Oh, those are the crabs you said not to kill.
Yeah, don't kill those.
Oh,
I only killed one, so the other one will live a.
What was that, Kara?
I killed all of them.
You're sick.
And Trashly killed one so that the other one can tell the story.
That crab's gonna come back and be a boss later.
Fully.
Probably.
It's gonna kill us, and whose fault is it gonna be?
So true.
Me, little old me, Tiny Trashly.
Tiny Trashly.
At least Kara had the decency to kill them all.
leave
And
no witnesses.
leave no crumbs.
Oh, absolutely. I go into an encounter with a no survivor approach.
Leave nothing left. Clean it all
Scorched
up.
Earth.
Oh, I cleared this? It didn't seem like I was clearing it, but sure. Work. Take my reward. Ooh. Glowing. Ooh. It's glowy.
Is there?
Oh. No.
I will say, I don't know if we're gonna get there.
No.
But hopefully we
Oh,
can
I
get
have a little
online
head.
before this part. But
A little body, a big head. I mean,
Looks like magic.
Little body, big head.
Newbie.
You look
I
like a
just got to
lollipop.
the overworld.
Table can't hear me. It's just us down here. Hey, I know
We could try social again.
luck on the whole quest thing.
Nice.
Not that you need luck, right?
Has anyone tried it recently?
I mean, I'm on. I don't really.
You're the
All right, you don't have to brag.
Yeah, Nem is bragging.
You're not the only new arrival. A massive skeleton army is sieging the city. Catapults.
Do my points.
Right. Unfortunately, because of my stream quality, I've got to a good place to stop. I am gonna call it a night.
They said that they're rolling out updates on Twitter. And to
well,
restart your game.
try
Specifically,
that.
they
I'm
added
still
you,
gonna end the
Trashly.
stream, but I might be
They
able to
still
join you.
added you, Trashly.
I'll try to join you all, but I am gonna end my stream because it's awful.
Behind, yeah.
Okay.
It's
Alright.
It's not just behind. The quality.
Thank you for
seems to be pretty
trying.
bad,
Yeah.
but I'm gonna say goodbye to my stream, and then I might try to reconnect and do the online stuff. But I'll be right back, y'all.
Good night, Trashly. We will miss you. You'll
said I'll be
never
right
be
back.
forgotten.
I'll
and
be
goodbye.
right back.
I will go ahead.
Deere's like
and
pushing you off a
remove
cliff. Like, bye.
I will remove you from the call.
Remove you from Stream Queens. Bye.
I will be
Bye.
right back.
See you never again.
Yeah, just see if I guess restart and see if it works. I'm in the main menu, so
I
hopefully
restarted.
you
Let's
restarted.
see if it works. Y'all.
I do social. I still get the go online. Everyone needs to beat, on all that jazz.
We're starting to roll out a fix, they said.
Yeah, that's what they're saying.
Close it. No. Christ almighty. The number of times I've had to open the Epic Store today.
Have you, Kara, you went to Shift and linked your Epic Games, right?
Yep.
Okay, just making sure.
Come on, work, please. Are we supposed to update the game in any way?
I'm not sure.
It probably would say that.
Yeah, I don't think you can start the game on Epic Games without updating it.
Hmm.
I could
Good
be
to
wrong.
know. Did you watch Drag Race?
No, but someone came into my chat and spoiled it, so
Oh no!
yeah, I banned
Oh,
them. I don't
God.
even care. That's so
Well,
nasty.
That's a bit rude, yeah.
They were
I'm
like,
at the main menu and it's not even loading in. But go on.
it's not even loading in? It's just
Oh.
taking forever.
It's just at the main menu. Before it was saying like logging in, and now it's saying nothing. Oh no.
Trashly just raided me. What?
Oh.
What?
Come on,
Chuck.
Trashly. Woo!
Woo! Thank you so much, Trashly, for the raid. I'm sorry that everything on your end is not really working out and this isn't working out, but thank you for the raid. I love you so much. I hope we can get this going. But thank you so much, bestie. I hope you're not drowned in a lake by the end of the night. Love you. I know, literally, our characters are so hot. We have to, like, give them, like, a name, like their pair name. Rob, thank you for the follow. Hi, Liz. How are you doing? Did I miss anything?
I'm online.
Oh,
CharaCouture is online.
Let's see if this works. Invite.
And I'm relaunching my game because something was wrong with the main menu. Something was weird. Something was up.
Kara's in my game.
We're relaunching.
Claudia, thank you for the follow. I hope y'all get to play together. Me too, Liz. This was gonna be so fun if we can play together. Yeah, relaunch Trashly. Oh, I see you in the
Relaunch
distance,
Trashly.
Kara. I would say just keep relaunching until it works, honestly.
I mean, the proof is in the puddums, and Kara got in, so
Yeah. I got in and it was just ready to go when I
bada bing,
opened the
bada
game.
boom.
Progress.
Trashly, are you gonna join us, or do you have an eyelash to take off or something?
Oh yeah, if I'm gonna join you. I should probably de-drag.
Well, you don't have to if you don't want to.
I might just sit out tonight just to. I do have a friend in town, and so I was thinking about taking off tomorrow night's stream. But if I can just go out tonight, I might as well. Since the internet's not working, but let's definitely reschedule or do another stream of this. I would love to play.
Sounds good.
Yeah, we should do it up. I'll make like a group chat or something. Oh, Deere's here.
I'm here.
Slay.
Now I want to join.
Oh my gosh, we look stunning. We look so good together.
Do what you want, Trashly.
Come play with us for 1 minute. Come on, there's some mushroom here. It's
I'll
nice.
jump in real quick, just so I can see your characters.
So what do we do? Like, do we just
then
like
I'm
go to
leaving.
play and then we can like load
I
in?
will probably hit play and it'll drop us in.
Okay.
I wish I had.
Look,
I don't know
they're
if anybody else has the
there.
game.
It's interesting, Nemesis. You're like holding two like fiery things.
Cause I'm a wizard.
And then Kara's standing there like hands on the hips like, hey.
Yeah.
What am I doing? Am I holding my hand up?
You're holding
Yeah.
like a scary aura from like your dark magic.
Cool.
Did you join from the Epic social thing? Or
No,
from
just
the
literally
other
from the
Yeah,
main
just
menu.
open the game and you're good.
Oh.
We made it! Yes! Well, we'll see if we load into a game. Tiny Tina's over there, huge. She's not tiny now.
So how do I join?
The main menu, you go to social, and then you'll get a menu, and you can join Nemesis. That's what I did. I just clicked on Nemesis join.
Oh my god! We're together! Okay, is everybody on the main menu screen?
I'm on the main menu.
Yes.
Is everybody loaded into the main menu so I can hit play?
I think so.
I'm in the main menu.
Okay, I'm gonna hit play.
Honestly, all I had to do was stop my stream.
Is everybody loading?
All Trashly needs to do is end her stream, and she is good to go. As long as she's not streaming, she
Right?
is
The
functioning.
game started working once I ended my stream.
Yeah, I think that was it.
It was my bad internet.
All right, I think this is where we were in the overworld, and this is the next area from the overworld where we were going to next.
Yes! Wait, where's Trashly?
Trashly is right
you
there.
are. There you are. Cool. Hi, we're all together. Look at you, Nem. You're all pink.
Dear,
yeah, do you like my makeup?
Your makeup, Nem.
Do you like?
You're giving Jambette. Do you know Jambette?
Of course I do.
You are serving Jambette house down boots.
We are all so hot. Wait, if we all stand
are.
next to each other, come over here and stand like looking at the camera. We can do photo mode, and I can take a picture of us.
I love that. My game is suddenly super laggy, but I'm thinking it'll fix itself eventually. I'm thinking. I know it. Oh, Kara, your makeup on your character, so cute.
Thank you.
This is so slay. Oh my god.
Oh, Trashly, you are an ogre for sure.
Thank you.
You are wearing Candy Yum Yum.
Oh
Wait,
my god,
how did you put on
Trashly, Jesus.
Such a bright lip.
I got a picture of us.
Wow.
I love this.
Fun.
Dear, you literally made your character look like yourself.
Do I look cute?
Yeah, you do.
You look like Deer.
Am I serving?
I can see you like looking like this.
Thank you. I feel fashion. Oh, I love your eyes. Your makeup is gorgeous. The lip. You have like a winged blue liner. I'm obsessed.
Very gorgeous.
I want to go to the surgeon and redo my makeup after seeing after y'all
so let's
have
set
gone
the
to
scene.
Morphe store.
So the scene
Damn.
is when we walked into this area because we all just loaded in, and unfortunately you missed like the little dialogue. The
Right.
thing on fire in the distance over there, that is the safe town called Bright Hoof where the princess is staying, Butt Stallion. So we have to go save her.
Okay, well let's go save her then. Whatever. The music went away, but that's fine.
I think it's because we were standing here for too long.
Right, it's like you've been standing here too
orchestra
long.
got
Can
bored.
You...
They-
They went to the next scene. They'll be like, you know, once you get there, we'll play the music again. Oh, I'm getting shot.
Ooh, I am rubber banding.
A little bit. Me too. Yeah, a little bit. Touch.
It's probably because the servers are like just like getting back.
Skelly women.
Overwhelmed. I love how I'm sitting here full dress.
Oh, I have a new move that I didn't even know about. What is this? Did I do this?
Thank you.
Die, skeleton.
The music though is beautiful. Everything's made in house. It's gorgeous.
It's fun. Did any of you find like ice weapons?
Yes.
The ice weapon is so cool.
Yeah, I really like it a lot.
I love it.
That guy really thought he was gonna come up and do something, and he just exploded. Please.
He thought he was the moment. What does this do? Like, what am I doing?
That ice like spell field you're doing?
Yeah, what is that?
That takes health of enemies that are in that sphere.
Oh, like their health will drain if they run in?
Yeah, and since you're a necromancer, you're gonna like take more.
Ooh.
Like your kit is like built around like draining health and taking enemies' health in dark magic.
I'm gonna drain him. I'm gonna suck him.
Not you draining them. Oh my god.
Dear, I know it's Friday night, but it's not even
Trashly,
it's not even pussy o'clock, and you're so horny.
Trashly, Trashly, you're always saying Georges is breedable, and I think that
I've never
I
said
deserve
that. It's true,
I deserve a
but I
moment.
said it.
It's true, you just didn't say it. Then where did I get that? Is that a quote? Am I quoting someone? Oh, I'm quoting RuPaul. Okay, yeah. Right.
Only death that way.
Uh-oh.
I'm dying. Oh my god,
I
someone
rubber
save
banded
me.
Into water.
Please don't die. That would be bad. I'm running over to you. It's you. You have the
Oh,
Epic Store logo
since
on you.
y'all haven't played a Borderlands game before, so when you're dying, you have a certain amount of time to get back up from your death. So if you get a kill while you're dying, it'll revive you.
Oh, that's cool.
Oh.
I'm going swimming.
It's called saving your
it's
soul.
Bad.
That's
It
how I
says
won
that
that
water's
boss
bad.
fight.
Did you jump in the water?
Did you know that water's bad?
Yeah, for someone like me, so true.
Because it ruins your makeup, dear. You should know that.
It's like stay away. It is so bad. It's awful.
It ruins your wigs and ruins your makeup.
Maybe yours.
I like that y'all are just going swimming.
It'll take everything off me except that my white eyeliner, which will never come off.
Because it's waterproof.
It does not come off. Literally, I have to scrub the corners of my eyes every night.
Is it the NYX Epic?
Yes.
Epic
yeah,
Wear?
Oh my god, I have that too. It doesn't come off my nose because my button like dot at the end of my nose. It stays there.
I do it with my nose sometimes, and then everything.
I'm literally
is off but
Gattaca
that.
scrubbing myself at the end of the night with sand from a beach.
Gattaca.
And, like,
God, that's fucked, Trashly. When did these skeletons?
We're fighting the mini boss over here.
Where?
It's the badass. The badass is like the mini boss.
Trashly, where are you?
Trashly's dead.
What?
Trashly's gone.
I'm just kidding. You're so
I'm
far
right
away.
behind all of you. I was killing an enemy. An enemy.
An enemy.
An enemy.
An enemy.
You're killing me?
Anemone.
Anemone.
How do we get up there?
We have to go through this cave over here. You guys are going the wrong way.
I almost made it.
There's so many items and I want to pick them all up, but I can't.
Oh, cutscene.
I got teleported.
It's a cutscene.
Cool. Good.
His honor is unttarnished. It's
Oh, look at the hair. Paladin Mike? How cute. Who dat?
One of the main characters. New character, not a returning character. I'll let you know if it's a new or returning character.
They're so cute.
Yeah, gay. I don't know if they're gay, but I mean, they're wearing rainbows, so like, gay.
Just a gay, just a queer person.
So true.
Very cute.
Glad we're
You
up in
better
this
work
bitch
it,
together.
What are we doing?
We're playing together.
That's weird. That's awkward.
Oh. Let's go back to single player.
I'd rather play together but separately. That'd be
Oh,
really
okay. I've heard that about you.
Canoes, barrels.
Considering the game is now working with online servers, thanks 2K and Gearbox for getting us all together in this game.
Yes! Thank you, 2K. Thank you, Gearbox.
Thank you.
Love it.
Special thanks to Josh and Cammy. Love y'all. Thank you again.
So true. Josh and Cammy icons.
Josh set us up with those epic keys for like all the DLC and shit.
I'm pretty sure like the pink colors that y'all are using, I think that's in the special edition.
I think so too.
I'm pretty sure. Really cool. Open the door, please, Mike. Please.
You're like, open the fuck up.
I also think
Mike?
we have a like. If you go into your inventory, I think we have a lot of good weapons in our backpack.
Yeah, you can, if you accept your mail, you can accept the good weapons that are from the expansion.
Because I don't remember getting.
How do you open your mail?
Crazy things.
How do you open your mail?
I'm literally shooting crazy shit.
I would just wait till we get to the safe place.
We'll do that later. It's fine.
The safe town is right after this, so. You can
I didn't
customize
open
it
my
however.
mail, but I had a bunch of shit.
Ashley, stop showing off.
Well, it's because you picked up everything from the tutorial.
That's true. Not one thing was left on the ground.
Yeah. You're like, oh my gosh, I have so much stuff. How could that happen?
Actually, literally, first question was, how much stuff can I hold? What's the max inventory?
Did you choose the pack rat archetype? Because I think that's very you.
I should have.
Honestly, yeah.
I just chose village idiot because that's how I feel.
You could be multiple things. You could be an idiot and a pack rat.
Ooh, just leveled up. Slay.
Oh, I'm climbing. Ooh.
Another fake string.
So our objective right now is that we have to
Shotgun,
take out the
honey.
catapults. 'Cause the catapults are setting stuff on fire.
Interesting.
There's no escape.
Oh my god, I'm getting beat up. Oh, I have a friend that's helping.
You do?
Yeah, I summoned something somehow. I don't know how I switched my spells. But look, that's my baby. Wait, it's gone. Never mind.
Oh my god,
I
look
think it
right
died.
there. Oh, it's dead.
I think it died.
You get your
Forget
companion
it.
in a little
Forget it.
bit. So.
Forget it, it's gone. It's over.
What class did you choose, Kara?
Get
I
out of
picked
here,
the
zombie.
wyvern.
Oh, I haven't seen that one. I'm excited
the
to see it.
Clawbringer.
My first playthrough, I played Spore, which I got to see the mushroom, and then I played the
Oh,
Necromancer.
that's cute.
So I haven't seen the Weaverin.
Ooh. I'm on fire. Oops.
Oh,
This
also
is
if you hear like
on
a little,
fire.
if you hear a little ding, it means rare loot has just dropped.
Nice. Oh, that's my little snake. Like,
Sorry if I
like
sound like
Witcher.
so
I
fucking
was very
nerdy.
scared of it.
That's my baby. Rude. A bit disgusting of you to say that.
It was kind of scary. I'm not gonna lie.
What is that? Wait, that's Snake? What?
Isn't that scary?
That's so cool. I've never seen that.
Look at my little friend.
That's so cool. What?
It's nice. It's my honey.
I want to
It's
kiss
Leia.
it.
It has the Cyclops eye. It's nice.
Oh my god, giving very Scylla. Stunning.
But I met this cool nerdy barista on the EchoNet, and they said I could use their
Ooh.
if I wanted, and I was like,
A little
yeah.
dice.
And they were like, chop.
Oh yeah.
And I was like, ooh, I'm still
If you get good numbers, you get good loot.
Ooh, look
I'll
going
just
up.
take all of it for no reason.
I tried to steal it from you.
Did you do it? Did you steal it?
I don't know. I don't think so.
We're playing co-op, so I don't think we can steal from each other.
Yeah, we're playing collaboration, so we can't steal. But I could change it if we do that next time.
Oh wow.
I mean,
This place is a dump. This is falling apart.
Yeah. They really fucked up our safe home.
Something like that, yeah. Ooh, he does flips. Excuse you.
I apologize if I'm like saying so much nerdy shit. I just want to make sure y'all know what's going on.
Oh, you're fine. Say it.
So you're not like, what is this? What is that? What is happening? I don't want you to be confused.
Hoarder stuff. Oh, sorry.
Oh my god. They're strong skellies.
Oh my god, that ice gun is slay.
Well,
Oh my god, I keep getting hit with like bombs.
I died. Oh,
Oh no.
regrettably, I died.
Can we revive you or no?
I think I can just reload. And I'm feeling better than ever.
I also died.
new
Oh my
day.
god.
How
It's
do
a
I
new
switch
day in
my-
the Bernie Village, and I feel better than ever. That death really lit a fire under my ass.
There's a fire inside your ass.
Literally.
Oh no, I'm about to die too. Get me out of here. I'm dead.
Fight for your life! Oh, you're dead.
Hold
I think
X.
the guns I switched to are worse than the crossbow I had, to be honest.
Well,
The way you just disintegrated. I was like, oh.
yeah, I did. How do I switch my spells?
You have to unlock the other one.
But I keep switching them like in the game. Like I have the little serpent friend, and then I have the like barrier, and then in the tutorial I had like lightning that I sent.
So the spells are essentially your grenade in this game, so you can change them in your inventory if you just equip it. It's one of your equipped slots.
How
Like,
weird
it's-
that they're just changing on the fly.
Well, yeah, I mean, there's so many different ones, I don't even know what is what.
Okay.
But if you hold square, I think are you using PS4 or Xbox?
Xbox controller.
If you hold, I don't know what
X
button that
button,
is.
probably. X.
Yeah, if you're when you're picking up loot, if you're holding it,
It'll equip.
yeah, it'll automatically equip opposed to go to your inventory.
Oh, so maybe I'm like picking up things that affect magic. Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah, I don't know why the death loading screen just made my stream like die. What the hell?
Oh,
I immediately died again.
Ooh, there's a giant troll
Oh
over
no!
here.
Please.
We're all very familiar with some trolls.
There's some trolls in the chat. Okay, I healed up.
Yeah, I need to heal up. I saved my own soul.
Yeah, someone earlier followed me and their name was Stream Queen Poop in My Mouth. I love you.
Oh.
I was
Okay.
like, oh, Slay. That's why I said
Sure.
your name is interesting, Slay. A giant troll, very me. So true, Jenny Raider. Spill.
Oh no, not that.
Speaking of dumping.
Oh my god, please. Speaking of wiping, also, Jenny Raider's here. Love that.
This troll looks huge. Jesus.
This guy is attacking me. Please don't attack. Okay, I'm slowly healing, which is very sexy of me. So true.
I'm not sure how this next part's gonna go over well because, like, we have to catapult ourselves, but I don't know if we can all fit in the cannon.
I'm on the other side of the gate because it closed before I could go across.
What?
How do I get in to the catapult?
Oh, we had to do that first. Where's Kara?
I feel like the game will bring Kara to
Oh,
us.
I got pushed off!
Well, maybe don't do that. Now we just jump up.
Oh my goodness.
Launching yourself with a catapult sounds cool, so I'm gonna let it go this one.
Oh!
I made it.
Well, you forgot
We
about
did
Trashly
it.
over there.
It's fine.
There's a checkpoint over here if you jump off and die or something, so you can revive.
Ashley, where are you?
In the catapult.
Shoot the target on it so that it'll throw you.
There you go.
Yeah, you made it.
Meanwhile, I'm over here, like Eric Andre at the gate, going, "Let me in! Let me in!"
Oh my goodness.
See if you can like jump off the cliff somewhere.
Where are you?
I'm on the other side of the gate, like in the last
which-
area.
Oh.
We can't even get back over there.
Oh no. Kara, that's bad.
I know.
God.
Can you blow
I just
yourself
rubber
up?
banded.
Is there like a way to like
Let me
refresh
see if
or
I can
something?
find a crafty way around.
Or maybe if we find a cutscene, it'll teleport you, because that happened last time, I think, didn't it?
Yeah.
More magic.
Ow, my god, these guys hurt.
Extremely bitchy. These zombies.
Oh,
Whoa,
I'm just
I did a
going through the
final-
wrong gate. Oh my god, I'm just dumb.
No, you're not. I found like I did like a final move.
Ooh, Slay.
I didn't even know.
Like RB or whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't recall it telling me to do that earlier.
Oh yeah, that's your ability.
Great.
That's like your class ability. I think the mages hurt the most, so I'm gonna...
The mage is dead up there at the moment. Oh, how do I save my soul?
You have to kill
an
something.
enemy.
Yeah.
It was like, it was showing me in third person, like falling over.
Yeah, so you have to kill an enemy or you wait for someone to run over and revive you.
My makeup is fierce. I'm beautiful. I'm stunned.
I think that's interesting you say that and not compliment Trashly or myself, because we just look so gorgeous.
You do look extremely pretty. I noticed the vibrant makeup that you are wearing. Very pretty, very gorge, very nice serving.
I like how different you can make the characters. Like, Kara's character is, like, really cool looking. I love
Yeah,
it.
they're so unique. Ooh, a little dice ball. It's nice.
Ooh, that's one lucky die. The more the
Yes.
dice, the better the loot.
The last catapult's over here.
Ooh.
I mean, this is pretty much what I'm like when I play regular D&D too. Everyone wanders off or goes the right way, and I'm still like off in my own little world.
You're like, la la la.
Just vibing.
Can you all set waypoints where? Oh, I found you.
I haven't tried pinging yet. Oh, I pinged.
I think ping on controller is up. I noticed. Yeah.
Yeah, it's up.
Up.
Like the movie.
Like the movie with the balloons. Wow.
I never saw that movie.
It's good, but it's sad. Don't watch the first 5 minutes or the last 10 minutes.
Oh, okay, perfect. I'll skip the couple first.
Watch
couple
the
minutes.
middle. Cut off the bread. Just have your sandwich. Just the meat.
Jenny has
Oh,
a
I think I
2-year badge on my
fell.
channel. Slay.
Ooh.
Slay, bestie. Not gross. Gross.
What do you mean gross?
Just calling me gross.
Alright, y'all, I'm
Not
gonna
a nice
dip
circle.
out.
I think it's like a circle where
Very
it
much.
hurts them or something. But yeah, it looks like ice.
You said you're gonna dip out, Trashly?
Yeah, thank you so much for including me, and let's schedule another time.
Thank you, Trashly, for the fun time. As always. Oh.
Thanks for coming,
I'm, like,
bestie.
I'm sitting here in like full streaming lighting and full drag, and I'm like, I need to.
You need to situate your life. Yeah.
Yeah, figure something out. But I love you all. Have a good night.
Thank you for the raid.
playing, and thank you for the amazing watch party as always. I'll see you later. Bye bye. Good night. Everyone follow DragTrashly, local legend, local icon on the internet.
Yes.
Oh.
And their war machines
Ooh.
That doesn't pause the
Who's
game,
talking?
right? If I pause?
Yeah, pause it.
I'm just turning up the volume.
Love it.
Oh, good for you. See, while you're having your little heroic tantrum out there, my forces...
Now we
me,
have
Holly.
quite the variety of a group.
Yeah.
the cat ears, the cat they them, cat she her, cat gender, yeah. And then there's orc, slut, and then deer.
I don't even get a moniker or like a subtitle. It's just there's Deere. It's fine.
Well, there's a hot orc slut, and then there's a hot slut deer.
Yay! Thank you. It's me, Holly. Liked what I said about up. Cut off the bread. Good advice for dieting. Thank you.
Oh, true. Eat lots of corn too, Holly would probably say. So true.
Oh, that's very Holly vibes. Yeah. Oh, Paladin Mike is here. Hi. What is this? Who are these fuckers? Town guard. Town guard.
Who are these fuckers?
Well, who are they?
I don't know. Some dudes. Some dude bros.
Just some dudes walking around. I found some bottles and some clay pots, which are nice. I broke them.
Oh, slay.
Name with the bowl cut.
Slay the world. Yeah, the bowl cut. The bowl cut is interesting. So what do I do with all this money I find? Like, do I give it to...
When we get to the village, when it's all pretty. Oh, you got your amount, people! You got your companions! Look it!
You've unlocked your class feat. This is powerful, always on passive ability that comes with the class. No points need to be spent to purchase it.
Yay!
Look at the Weavern! It's so cute!
Oh, that's really cute. And I
You can
have a
interact
little,
with them.
Skeleton thing. What do I do?
If you go next to him, he'll say like, "I'm a skeleton, He-Man." He's like really funny.
It's cute. It's like a little floating skull head.
Yeah.
Gross.
There are people invading our village though, so
Oh. That's fine. Yeah, I guess I'll go over here and help you, possibly, maybe?
we are almost to the safe place.
There's a rock troll over there, which is not great to know.
Trolls are never slay.
I like these ice weapons I found. Boom.
Some
Yeah, I
weapons
like the ice ones a
too,
lot.
they have like double, like, they have two, I don't know what the word would be. Oop. Some weapons have like different abilities. Like you could switch it so it's a different type of gun.
Nice.
If you press down on the...
Oh, right, yeah. I noticed that the crossbow, you could change the way that it fires.
Yeah, some are like cool and they're like, you can have a shotgun and an assault rifle in one gun.
Hello, welcome. Hi, everybody. Nem, do you know a button on the controller that is not being used for gameplay that I could add like toggle mute to, or no?
Select.
Select is for the like upgrading your.
Oh, really?
Yeah, your points.
I think left and right on the D-pad.
Oh yeah, left and right don't seem to be doing anything. Let me assign that really quick.
Yeah, I don't think so.
Everyone failed the perception roll. But I'm too busy to die.
Hmm.
I sense the fear in
Oh wow, you're like moving with the orb around you, Kara.
you. I've got
Oh yeah, it was my my spell.
That's cool.
You've held off the assault.
Slay, we did it.
Watch it, Fate Maker. You haven't.
You're just in the corner. Go over there and think about what you've done.
I'm trying to rebind it, but like it doesn't let me.
Really?
Yeah, that's unfortunate.
Can't you just for me sometimes I just like when we do some of these things I have a button on my keyboard I can just press really fast.
That's what I've been doing this whole time. Let me try this.
Honestly, I didn't quite believe it. But you fight like something out of a
Okay.
legend.
That's fine.
Oh,
Okay.
you are a fate maker.
Do you do that in game or on Discord?
So I map a button to Discord, and then in the game I map the same button, but it's not letting me remap to the controller, which is unfortunate.
Interesting. I've never done that, so I don't really know what to do.
And usually it's pretty easy because you can just in the game on Steam remap the buttons like through Steam.
Oh yeah.
Like outside of the game, just
Right.
in Steam. But like Epic doesn't work that way, so I'm like, oh.
Yeah, they don't have like a big picture mode or whatever.
Exactly. Where did y'all go?
We're over here at the big gate to the town.
Yeah.
Near the windmill? Oh, I see it. I see it. Please
Bing,
hold.
bing, bing, bing.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. I was going the wrong direction.
Oh, there's
I'm on
actually a
fire.
travel I can just
me?
we can teleport.
How do you do that?
It's gonna auto travel us.
Oh, I'm almost there though. It's beautiful.
It's so gay and beautiful, isn't it?
Oh my goodness! It looks like Disneyland.
So when they sent me the cute little package, they sent me like a little like kit to make the castle. It's like really cute.
That's precious. I love it. I'm obsessed.
Yeah.
That's really cute. That is really, really cute, actually.
Very strong LGBT choices.
Mm-hmm.
Very straight energy.
Oh yeah, I agree.
As you enter Brighthoof, you witness total carnage. Homes are on fire. Skelly-mans are eating.
Not Carnage. This is the pretty place.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, we have to save them.
We have to help the village.
Glitter yards. How cute.
Yes. Push on, my armies of unyielding darkness.
The way I just saw you go up behind this guy and like axe his ass.
I did. Fuck you.
Is this working for you? I want you to hate me. I'm talking true loathing, like
Die skeleton.
He wants me to hate
Die
him, but I just want to
skeleton.
like go on a date with him.
The Dragon Lord?
Yeah, not even a date. Like I just want to go to his bedroom.
I'm all ears.
He's got good bones.
I'm sure he does. It's probably big. Oh, ouch.
Okay. This poor rainbow place is all like fucked.
Yeah.
Presto reloado.
Is Paladin Mike attacking me? That doesn't seem right.
I don't think so. I hope not.
It must have been something
I've
else.
seen where you're headed. I don't envy.
Die, zombie.
This should
Hello, Miss Lioness. Nice to see ya. Oh. Well. I'm rich. The enemy wyverns are so cute.
I know a lot of the enemies in this game are really cute. I don't want to hurt them.
Oh, he just blew himself up, it looked like.
Yeah, I think they do that. I'm not really sure, like, the enemies, like, how they fight.
Their tendencies.
Yeah, I'm not really familiar. Like, everything is so brand new because it's such, like, a turn from the original Borderlands games, and, like, I don't even know.
Completely new inspiration and everything.
Yeah, like, Borderlands is more, like, I want to say, like, sci-fi, kind of, like, realism, and this is, like, so fantasy-based and, like, gorgeous and pretty.
It's really pretty.
Not saying I don't like the original Borderlands, but, like, this is just, like, a whole new level of, like...
You hate it, it's obvious.
Yeah, it's so obvious.
I love
It's
the
sour out
glittering rainbow over there.
I know, I want to go touch it.
We need to go there.
I want to lick it.
Me too.
somewhere out there. There are foes to conquer and secrets to unlock. Magic mag!
That's save. How fun. We're shooting shit. We're shooting it up.
We're really fucking it up.
We are. We're at the canal now, the little moat.
The water in this game is so pretty.
It is. It's cool. It's too bad about this town that's on fire, though. It's a bit shit.
Really, it is.
It's over here.
You going down the alleyway?
There's a nice, like, creepy alley.
I actually haven't been down here yet.
There's interesting lighting.
Oh, I work here.
Oh, this is the red light district?
Yeah.
Ooh, candles. How fun. Ooh, a sword. Mine is better. Graveborn's Vestments of the Boiling Cauldron. Graveborn power 8 plus 8. Sure, let's do that.
Who wants to seduce the drawbridge?
Seduce it?
Yeah, you have to make love to the bridge.
What? Oh, there is a heart. Oh, I'm loving it. I loved it. My heart is beating.
Would you like to?
Oh, I'm gonna fuck this bridge.
The drawbridge, it digs your flavor, baby.
Works.
It digs your flavor, baby. Thank you. How silly.
Sorry the way you said that. How silly.
It's a bit silly.
Yes, I just love the game because it doesn't take itself too seriously.
It's
like,
really silly.
Like some of these games, FPSs, they're like, yeah, war, crime, death. And this is just like rainbows
They take
and
it
silly.
very serious, yeah. For the queen.
We're getting close to the gay
Yo.
castle. We're at Disneyland.
I want to go to the rainbow. I want to taste the rainbow.
Do you like Skittles?
I love Skittles. Do you not like Skittles?
No, I love Skittles.
Oh.
I thought it would be a nice question for you.
Yeah.
Kara, do you like Skittles?
Yeah.
What about Starburst? Do we love?
I love Starburst as well.
Okay, but Starburst jelly beans, that's like my favorite thing ever.
Starburst has jelly beans?
Yeah, they're so good.
Wow. I'd try it.
Mike and Ike's are good. Those are my faves.
I don't care for Mike and Ike's, no.
Oh, okay.
Sorry, you can rot.
Oh, perfect. Rot with my Mike and Ike's.
Yeah.
Laying in the coffin. Buried in Mike and Ike's.
Oh my goodness.
Photo shoot idea. Slay.
Yeah. That sounds like a top model idea before they give you trauma.
Yeah.
Or after.
Or when you have trauma and they're like...
During.
Yeah. Like, get in this
Mike and
coffin!
Ike, your mom choked on Mike and Ike's. Well, this week we're having a photo shoot where you're buried in Mike and Ike's in a coffin.
And you have to pretend to be choking.
And it's brought to you by Bumble and Bumble.
Tyra
no
was
reason.
so messy. I can't.
She would do anything for TV.
She really
Good for
would.
her. Also, fuck her.
Yeah.
Slay the skeletons complete. I did it all myself. Thank you. Hi, Glitter Angel. Oh, this one's locked. Hello. What is my little floating guy even doing? Is he contributing or?
He can revive you and he's doing damage.
Oh, that's good.
He's sucking the souls out of others.
Love that he's sucking.
So true. I didn't realize some of these guys were zombies. I thought they were all skeletons.
You should turn them all into skeletons.
Ladders to the cobblestones. Realize you've done it. The undead horde has been defeated.
Hey.
For now.
For the queen.
For the queen!
To be a hero.
There's a lot of shit here.
I hope you remember this. I gave it a shot
Okay.
playing by the rules. Now, I'm gonna have
Pretty
to start
fountain.
breaking them.
Okay. So are either of you gonna fuck a bridge or what?
The Fate Maker
No, I'm saving myself for the Dragon Lord.
It feels like
Okay.
something lost long
Okay.
ago has been found again.
That
I
makes
want to,
sense.
you know, put all my eggs in one basket, you know, right away.
Mm.
Yeah, I'm not like someone like you that would just fuck the bridge like that quick.
I mean, it meant nothing to me. It was fun. I love the unicorn statue. Beautiful. Slay mama.
Oh, we have to talk to him. Hey.
You saved us all,
Hey.
Fate Maker.
Hey.
You are the
How y'all
hero
doing?
of
Hey, how y'all doing?
That's my favorite.
I love her.
Now, about
It's so funny.
Dragon Lord business.
The clip of her singing on stage every time gets me.
Fate Maker in person.
Amazing.
The gates are right over there.
The queen.
I leveled up. Level 6. Very gorge. Stunning.
Oh,
The gates of Her Majesty's castle swing.
Didn't realize there was a
open as though
cutscene.
They anticipated your arrival, and then you.
Oh,
hear
her
the
strap is
crash
sort of
the
rainbow.
perfect hooves upon the cobblestones. They belong to the most goodest, majesticest ruler ever seen by mortal eyes.
Oh my gosh.
Queen Butt Stallion.
The Queen Butt Stallion. Beautiful. Stunning. Truly.
Her magnificent
She's beautiful.
washes over you, man.
I love her.
Yes.
Look at her. She's stunning.
Busy.
She's got good hair on
She looks
too.
like a My Little Pony.
Yes, I did, and it was in honor of the queen.
She's perfect. Look at her hair. Look at her tail.
Her lashes.
Honestly,
Oh, her lashes. She's serving.
Oh yeah, sure. Yeah, I'll
She's
go.
perfect.
Yeah, okay. So, she says you are the bravest Fate Maker the Wonderlands has seen.
Thank
in many
you.
years. But though you have pushed back the Dragon Lord's attack, his downfall can only be brought about by one thing.
Yeah, she's made of
You
diamonds.
must
Stunning.
go and
She's perfect.
retrieve
The Sword of Souls.
I was
Oh, I think you'll like this area, dear. This next area.
Although,
Yeah.
thank you, Valentine, for paying attention to the exposition.
Oh, we're chasing her.
This is the coolest weapon in the whole game. Are we really getting that?
I mean, if
Let's
you
get
kill
it.
Quest, yeah.
I'll murder this whole quest and everyone.
Yes.
I want that sword.
Intense, but it's in the right spirit.
We're going back towards the fire.
Her Majesty says that the Sword of Souls is hidden in the Shattergrave Barrow. She will be reaching there personally for you.
Would you say we're
Yay.
being bestowed a huge honor? I've always
Fizzies,
wanted to be
fizzies.
bestowed something.
Girl, you totally just got bestowed.
My dream. It's happening.
This area's a lot nicer when we, you know, save it.
when it's not on fire and destroyed and dying.
Yeah.
That's good to know.
Like Izzy's Fizzies is really cute.
Oh, we're back to the menu. The overworlds.
Yeah.
Fun. Oh, because we completed that like little story chapter.
Yeah, we cleared out the enemies from the castle and the village, so now we have to go get.
Yay!
Oh, we're all here. We get to run around together. Oh my god,
We're
it's so
all
funny.
bobbleheads. Sickening.
I slap y'all.
Wait, how do you do that?
Press down on the what is it called? Analog stick?
Oh,
Your, like your melee attack.
fierce.
Oh, if you come over here, you can slap this.
A bridge upturned. Perhaps you could cross over it. Give it a big thwack.
Oh,
Them's a
oh,
high
I fell off. Oop.
You may now cross at your leisure.
It's still on fire.
Yeah.
It's not good.
Yeah, this does have multiplayer. It's 4-player multiplayer, and it's also
It's
cross-platform.
4-player. Yes. So you could play from your PS4 if you wanted, right?
Yeah, I just wanted to get rid of. Well, we had online issues, but I wanted to try to
Right.
avoid that as much as I could, and I'd also have to pay
Right.
for PlayStation Online.
Mm-hmm.
So, they were so generous to get me another one.
That's fierce. Ooh, the Shattered Grave Barrow. I live here. This is my
Yeah,
house.
I knew you would like it.
The little graveyard. How nice.
Oh yeah, get it on your Game Boy. I'm sure it'll run great on your Game Boy.
Yeah.
Oh, for sure. Gorgeous on
you
the
know,
game.
On the Nintendo Famicom.
Get it on your phone. Make sure your phone blows up.
Oh my, it would overheat. That is a hot phone. Did I already ask? What do we do with all this money that we find?
I don't know if I made it clear, so my bad. But when the village we're trying to save right now after this quest, the village will be saved. Spoiler.
Oh.
But so we can use it to purchase items like you can buy spells, and you can also buy inventory slots and more ammo slots.
Got it. Okay. Zomboss, I love that.
Oh yeah, she's very sassy and shady.
But the joke's on them.
Hey, she's just trying to make us learn exposition. Shoot her in the face or lie.
I am. Brett, don't worry. I'm one step ahead of you.
That's how more conversations should end.
She's dead.
And now she's a
Uh-oh.
ghost.
Oh, that's bad. She wanted to die.
Thank you for the follow.
Is there a button to
Uh-oh.
activate your companion? I don't believe so. I think they
It
always
said that
are
they were
up.
passive.
Yeah,
it
it's
said
just
it was
active.
passive.
Did you hear what she said about me? Not
Well,
that bad. Nice try, but
she didn't die. She crystallized.
Now she's a Glamazon bitch ready for the Graveborn area.
Yeah, ready for the cemetery.
I don't like that I can turn enemies into sheep and then we shoot the sheep.
Yeah, that's a bit sick. It's a bit rude of you to do that. I wish I was her Norosaurus. Me too.
Ooh.
Eddie.
Yeah, can't we just hug the enemies?
Just give him kissies. Oh my gosh, Kara, yes.
Oh my god,
That
what
was
if they
fierce.
if they added a succubus class? That would be so hot.
And your breasts are extremely large.
Yeah, and you have like no waist. You know how like some video game like companies they make the women with like no waist, big tits.
Lara Croft. Lara
Yes.
Croft slash Barbie.
Yeah.
One character from Xenoblade Chronicles 2.
Yes. Oh my god, Dahlia with the big boobs.
Yes.
I love her.
Ooh.
Big boobs.
Her back fully broken.
Yeah, it's just like enormous
Snap.
titties. She's so camp. And she has a country accent. She's like, how y'all doing?
How y'all doing?
Hey.
That's my favorite.
It's so good. So also, I don't know what, since we're just starting, but I believe in this game, because in Borderlands 3 they did it, everybody's player level is adjusted, so if I were to be level 15, I'd be fighting level 15 enemies, but for you, you'd be fighting level 6 enemies.
Oh wow. Oh no.
I got
I need
you.
to save my soul.
I slide right past you and let you die.
No, please.
I get shot in the titty. Protect
thank
my
you.
beautiful face.
I need to heal. Excuse me. Is something breathing fire over there?
Yeah, it's Miss Bitch.
Miss Zomboss needs to shush.
I just like hitting things with the hammer because they ragdoll.
Oh
Me
my
too,
god,
it's
your ability really just wipes out the crowd.
I did it.
Not gonna kill me that
Ooh.
She's ruining my favorite part of killing things, which is that they
I
shut
can't
up
take
and
it.
stay dead.
Banner customization, why can't I take this?
catches your
Oh
eye.
my.
Oh,
inventory's
inventory
full.
full.
Oh, so now you're the pack rat.
I guess. Drop.
Its potency remains out of reach for now.
Oh, I hold it. Drop. Drop.
I really like the spell that I have equipped right now.
Yeah, I love that there's so many spells too. I'm like, I haven't even seen some of the shit y'all have. I'm like, what the hell?
I don't know what mine is doing. I'm just doing what's on there.
And I
Whatever
also,
it is, it's working.
like, I haven't run into like, I wonder, like, I keep saying like, because I don't know what to say. I don't really, I've gotten pretty far in this, but I don't know how long the game is gonna be. Because they haven't introduced like a lot of stuff, but I'm really far, so I'm like, this game must be long. Which is cool for the price point, so it's like...
Yeah, fun.
It's a dark
Not like Resident Evil 3 that was like 3 hours for $60.
Resident Evil 3 is a flop.
A remake, yeah.
I love the original one.
Yeah, I got it on PS3, thankfully. I'm excited to play it.
I love the original one. It's my favorite Resident Evil, but it's like very dated. Like you have to like that style, but it's my favorite.
Oh, I love the fixed camera. Is it fixed camera?
Yes. It's like the remake, but like with bad graphics. It's like
Slay.
the original one. Like the original one.
Yeah.
Where you do the puzzles with the fixed cameras.
Yeah, I think that was like my thing last year, was really like coming into loving those kind of games because I never played them before. Like fixed camera games.
They're fun.
And puppet combo shit.
Oh, I love Puppet Combo. If you like that stuff, you'll love Elisa. It's on Steam. It's just like Resident Evil 1, 2, and 3, the original ones.
Oh, cute.
It's really cute. And Tormented Souls is like the 1 remake and 0.
Oh, yeah, I saw that. I think I saw you playing that, and I was like, damn, I want to play that.
I love that one. It's so camp.
I wanted to play Song of Horror, but that game's hard.
It's so hard. I didn't love that one.
Like,
It's
no,
tough.
fucked.
It's too hard. It's so hard.
Yeah, the puzzles are nuts.
Don't slap me, sir. You're dead now. That zombie just slapped me. Slapped the shit out of me.
Oh my god, your dragon bestie just beat the hell out of that.
The wyvern?
Yeah.
The wyvern's cute. Oh no, I'm dying, please.
God. You could essentially get 2 companions eventually in the game too, which is
cool.
I have the spore mushroom guy and then the skull.
Oh, that's
Deere.
cute. Oh, that's cool. You can have both?
Oh, yes.
Damn.
And when you customize your character, it like customizes it on your companion.
That's cool. So like it'll be the right colors and shit?
Yeah, colors, and it'll change the pattern that your pattern has.
Oh, I have new magic.
Good night, Maddie. Thanks for hanging.
There's poison on the ground.
It's from my spell.
Oh, it's cool.
A form more befitting your intellect.
The soul takes off for the large ruins up the hill.
Looks
Huh,
like
what did I do to him?
rabbit's back on the menu.
Weird.
I hear like zombies screaming, but I don't see them. Like, where are you?
We're at like the churchy thing. Churchy place?
There was one in the water. It's dead.
Oh. Oh, okay, cool. It's dead.
Take me to
Ooh.
church. Just kidding, I'm Jewish.
To the synagogue.
Slay the synagogue.
Out of my way!
This should do it. Casting spells and loading shells.
Oh,
Die,
wow,
please.
jeez. Oh my god.
Die, please.
Holy shit. I'm over here with just like my assault rifle, and y'all are like, I have magic. Boom, boom.
Boom. Slice and dice. Done and done. Jenny, which one? Oh, the unicorn is here. How nice. I love the unicorn.
I'm getting a raid. I'll be right back. House Music is raiding with a party of 7. Hello, House Music. Hi, House Music. Hi, Gabby. Hi, Bajarty Bart. Thank you so much for the raid. How was the stream? Did you play Kirby? Who I'm playing with they Kirby?
RNG's got nothing on you. Oh, that's one lucky die.
Ooh, nice. I got a new magic thing. Look at this.
Where are you?
What is this? Oh.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Look at this shit.
Wait, I'm stuck. LOL. Oh, wow.
A meteor falls from all of life. Oh, this guy is dead in the confessional.
Ooh.
Elisa is a gem. It was so fun. I loved it, Moon Crisis. I thought it was so fabulous. So,
Are you enjoying it so far? I want to get it, but I mean, I'll probably just watch and live through you. Oh my god, I literally, what the hell?
Not a chance.
It was a good stream. Thank you for coming. Anybody coming in? My pronouns are they, them, trans, femme, non-binary, individual, playing Borderlands with some Stream Queens friends, provided by 2K, very last minute, but we're here, and the game almost broke today, but you know, we're here. So, hi.
Ooh.
Oh my god, you're finding all the secrets, dear. When I played, I didn't even see that.
I found it. It's mine.
Oh, okay.
Calamity of Showers slows enemies.
Ooh, that pink little stained glass is gorgeous.
Guard of Impact.
I jump over the spiders. Losers.
Goodbye. I fell off a cliff.
I rain death upon them. Oh, my game freezes.
It's happened to me a couple times.
I will not succumb.
Don't worry about me. I'm rushing my way back.
Where'd you go? Did you fall and die?
I fell off a cliff.
Dear, what's your sign? Kara, what's your sign?
I'm a Virgo.
I don't know what signs are.
Like a stop sign?
Yeah, I have a stop sign.
Period. Okay,
Or like a
I
danger
found,
sign, but you know.
I found my gun.
My sign is Aries.
The more the dice, the better the loot.
Play.
Sport.
How did you find that? I didn't even see that my first time either.
I saw it. It was just up here, sitting here.
You're crazy.
It was beckoning to be found.
I got jump scare warning over here. Spooky.
Ooh.
Your voice echoes through the gas.
Did we already kill the Zomboss bitch?
No, she's still lurking. I think the jump scare's over here.
Something ran by.
Oh, that was it. Never mind.
It ran by. It was like, ooh. Well, you said spooky, spooky, or something like that, and it was when it ran by, so I thought you were referencing it.
Hey, Deere, can you open that chest over there?
Which one?
Over here.
This one? Oh, this one.
This
Okay.
chest.
That statue's pretty. Ooh, it's cute.
Oh, I turned it into a sheep.
It's so cute. What do they call those? A mimic?
Yes. Mimic.
Mimic. It's cute. I want it to come back. I liked it.
You're gonna have to read it aloud on the altar outside.
Oh wait, listen to this line.
Nemesis.
Oh my god, they said my name.
LaCroix.
The hot sexy man said my name, oh my god.
Wow. Love that for you.
Hi Kay, how are you doing? I didn't even see you come in. How are you doing? Happy to see you. Love ya. Hi Alicia, everybody coming in. So sorry.
I'm running. Did y'all jump from here?
Yeah, I jumped. I'm over here with Bud Sally and Kiki in.
Let's do anything. Ooh, it's a book.
Fate does not
Read a
divide
book.
us. Fate brings us together.
Ooh, I like that. Fate brings us
Fate
together.
brings us together. Oh, there's an 8 over there. Was that right? Ooh. Oh wait, we've already been here, right?
Yeah, this is where we just were.
Hmm.
But we opened the secret door down here.
Oh. Oh.
Oh.
So quotable. There's a lot of human skulls down here. It's
hello.
not great. It's not wonderful to see.
It's not a Wonderlands. Oh! I said the name of the game.
Wonderlands. Yes. Clever.
It's so clever of me.
I'm all magic.
So true.
I step on a booby trap and die.
Uh-oh, there's booby traps?
Yeah, there's a giant swinging axe right there.
Where?
Right there.
Oh, right in front of me, right next to me.
Actually, nowhere, dear. Just run into the axe.
Nowhere.
I don't see anything.
Nowhere at all.
Bullets beyond counting.
How do I reset my magic?
What do you mean?
Like, I have a different magic, I want a different one turned on.
In your inventory, you can equip a book. You can equip different magic
Oh,
spells.
okay. Oh, okay.
One time.
I'm like, what? Reset your magic, huh?
You're like, I don't know what that means, and I refuse to learn.
You just can't say that. I still have the default spell. Oh, I die. Can you revive me, Kara?
Oh, yeah. Oh, wrong button. Ah. There we go. Come on.
Slay.
Pushing every button but the one I need to push.
That was close. I almost died.
Not good. Please don't die.
The only reason I don't want to die is because my stream like dies when I die.
Oh no.
When I die in the game, I die in real life.
That makes sense.
It's
Ooh, there's
immersive.
vending machines here.
Where are you? Oh, you're all the way over there.
There's fun stuff. There's item of the day. Rare. Ooh, there's like a little magnum thing.
Yeah, you can buy items with your money. That's what you can do with money. Money, honey. So I think there's a magic spell one, a shield, and then a melee weapon. Every day.
I bought it.
Yeah, I'm gonna buy this spell because I really need one. I'm using the default one right now, so.
I don't have enough money to buy other stuff that I like.
Oh, cool.
Ooh, what was that?
Oh, this heals y'all.
Oh, that's cool.
That's cool.
I
I
like that. Give me that. Hand it over.
I dropped down the hole.
I need to put on a different spell. There was one that I liked where like it put the icy forced field. What was that one called?
Recharged.
Icy force
Pass it
field
around the
spell.
owner. I think it's this one. I think it's this one. I think I got it. Yeah, that's the one I like better.
Excuse me while I slip into something.
Oh, there's a dead corpse here. Oh, it's not dead anymore. Uh-oh. Shoot her, please.
Oh my gosh, she's pulling me towards her. Ah!
Not great.
I'm scared.
3 adventurers walk into a tavern. The bartender asks why the weapons. The adventurers answer mimics. The adventurers laugh. The bartender laughs. The bar stool laughs. They kill the bar stool. That's silly.
Did someone say that in your chat?
Yes. That was Odd Child. I love that. That's cute.
That is cute.
Oh, she's mad at you, Nem.
Yeah, she really doesn't like me.
She is fucking shook by you right now.
She wants the Gearbox PR. She said, I hate you.
She wants that box. Oh, she's dead! Yay!
As the
Wait,
hulking
what is that?
body of the Zomboss collapses, Her Majesty reappears.
Oh, hey, she's down here. Hey, girl.
Your courage and total
Hey,
badassery.
bitch.
I'm on fire. Hello. Oh, I was standing in the torch.
The Sword of Souls.
In the torch, not that. Oh, she's using her magic horn.
Oh, she gave us the Sword of Souls.
Oh, these have health in them.
With my third eye.
That's cool. Ooh, oh, do I take it?
Yeah. Oh, she's still alive.
Almighty robot.
That's not good.
How do we kill this zombie ass for good?
Give me that
We gotta
sword.
kill the zomboss.
You can't even use it right. It needs to be charged with soul energy. And that only comes from your precious queen. And the
Can you
souls
shush,
of
please?
living things.
I can think of at least one soul nearby that needs absorbing.
Give me that. What?
Ooh.
No.
Uh-oh.
Now she's dead forever.
Yay! She was too fucking much.
Now you must take the sword back to Brighthoof, a town portal.
Slay!
Slay the world.
We're gonna be pretty.
Dire sacrifice.
It's gonna be gay rights time. I'm so excited.
Woo! Wait, is it all pretty now?
Just you wait. There's a beautiful animation coming.
Oh. Oh.
Ah.
This town really is so cute. Like, look at that castle.
Oh my
That's
God,
where the
it's-
unicorn fucking lives.
Yeah, I
Reminds me of
spent
far,
like
far away from Shrek 2.
yes.
Oh,
Got the juice.
very cute. I want to move in. Move over.
Yeah, I spent hours here my first time. I was just like exploring.
It's still on fire, unfortunately.
Come over here.
It's looking like shit now. It's bad.
Oh yeah, I spent hours looking at the shit village. It was so fun. Who would like to do the honors? Okay, I will.
Yay!
Sword into the fountain. Soul energy swirls through it and out in the city.
And then Funky Town starts to play.
Funky Town!
All the fires are
Doom, da, doom.
the houses get put back
Oh,
together.
it's pretty. It's sparkly.
Look at it. She's
How
dancing.
nice.
I love me too.
Wow. Oh,
Bud Stallion says to, look over here. She's gonna do something
Butt
special.
Stallion.
Okay, this part's gonna be like kind of weird because so in your single player game, this statue will belong to you.
I know it's silly.
Which statue?
The one right there.
Which one?
Do you see it as you or do you see it as me?
It's you. It's Nem.
Okay, so in your single
Oh.
player game, you can customize it to be you.
Ew.
Now that the siege has been lifted, you'll want to avail yourself of our amenities.
Not you like cutting down the statue like, you fuck this ugly bitch.
I'm cutting it down.
Oh, we have to go talk to the blacksmith. Introduce ourselves to the locals.
Okay, that's fine. It's fine that you have a statue dedicated to you. It's not.
You walk
Fucked
around
up.
with Mingle.
Who is that? Can he see through the soot in the eyes?
They call me.
Is this Disneyland? This is Disneyland. Yeah, we're in Disneyland right now. It's cool.
What is that? I didn't even see this.
Is this a hammer machine? Like what is the purpose? Let me just place my body right
You're
here.
gonna die.
It missed me.
So over here is where you can buy more inventory stuff.
Ooh.
Just to stop talking for it to work.
She has to fucking shut up. Oh.
Now, while you're seeing your way around Brighthoof, go and talk to the lovely lassie who runs the soda tavern.
Hiya, Phasia. It's very
Hiya,
fun.
Phasia.
Hiya, Phasia.
Let's take a look at the map, shall we?
I did it. I bought some stuff. Now I
Okay.
need more money. I'm
Yes,
poor.
the tavern.
It's a bit dull, really. They should call it something else, like the Tapestry of Worlds.
The tapestry. Ooh, Chestnut Gate.
Going on a trip.
Ooh, Izzy's Fizzies.
It's so cute.
Oh my gosh. The poet.
Welcome in.
Izzy's Wisconsin accent is so funny.
I slide.
Welcome to Izzy's Fizzies, where all
I'm
the
on
kids get
goddamn
soda
stage. I'm a
premises of
star.
just soda and nothing else.
No, soda.
The new fate maker who fought off all them skeletons.
All them
Well,
skeletons.
Banishment is a high-level spell.
Look at her hair.
You know,
She's so
I think your
cute.
simple mind will say yes.
Why can't I wear that hair? Where's that hair for me?
For nothing. Half the
That's my hair out of drag.
down Virgin Shirley temples like it was the end of the world.
Pretty much.
Nico.
I'm only judging you, fate maker. You did us a mighty fine favor. Now,
She's
out of
so
60%
cute.
In our city, let me avail you of our amenities here in the soda tavern.
What is
Here's a magical
this?
quick change kiosk. If you need to change
Ooh.
anything fundamental about your
Kiosk.
entire being. It's free, weirdly enough.
This is where you can change your stuff.
Oh, cool. We can change our emotes, our banners. Ooh, a little ripped one. For sure. Oop. Oops.
Right this way.
Oh.
Ooh. Oh, this is fun.
Oh.
Oh my
Shut the fuck up.
What happened?
You can have a banner of a unicorn with a rainbow.
Slayage.
That is so cute. Oh my goodness. I have to have this one.
Okay, this is...
That's fierce. No bunnies. Twilight King bunnies are disgusting and horrible. So
There's
this
one of
one's
the...
fierce though.
Oh, that's what I wanted to do.
Ooh.
One of the color options for the banner is like trans flag colors.
Yeah, I
Oh,
noticed that. It's
cute.
like beautiful. Like it's blue and pink and light white. Ooh, ooh, ooh. I keep accidentally leaving. The hero statue. Oh, fierce.
Oh, I don't know. Do I want it out of quartz or do I want it out of diamond? Maybe quartz.
The quartz is fierce.
And right here is our lost loot machine. Very popular. Any nice stuff your enemies drop, but you happen
Oh my gosh, I keep accidentally leaving.
Yeah, I did that too.
I'm just perpetually leaving. Okay,
Hang out here in the soda tavern. Some put up posters around the city. It's been so busy, and I've been pulling non-alcoholic pints all on my own today. Oh, listen to me, lip flapping while you could be off adventuring.
how did y'all make your makeup so bright? Or is it just because your skin tone is like more dramatic?
Probably that.
That she wants to knight you.
Oh, we're getting knighted. Ooh, this one.
Meet us in the main square.
All right, we did Valentine's dumb quest stuff. Let's go pillage the countryside. I want some loot.
What?
I like this
Heroes
one.
don't pillage? No, we're almost done with the quest. I want to see what happens.
Yeah, you would.
I will say, if anybody would like to experience this for the first time without spoilers, I would say when we do this next quest, do not look.
There's a lot of spoilers.
Well, I mean, if they're watching us, it's like you're already seeing the game, but like it's a big.
You're already being spoiled.
It's
but
kind of
just
a
in
big
case.
plot point.
Change to that.
Like watching your character change.
Just like in live time.
Yeah, I can see.
How funny. This is fucking fierce. Oh my god.
I want to go to the top of the tavern. They could have a drag show here on the stage.
Let's do it.
Do a split.
It actually kind of reminds me, there's a bar around where I live that this is kind of how their stage is set up in the bar.
Cute.
How fun.
Oh, wait, look. I think it has all of our flags here. It's cute.
Can you unlock stuff as it goes, like custom things? I feel like I have colors that I didn't have before, but maybe I just didn't check.
Yeah, you can you can unlock stuff.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure you can unlock more hairstyles, makeup, and stuff like that, but I'm not entirely sure.
I definitely would like a new wig. That the wig is a little bit lacking in my opinion.
Yeah, the hair department definitely needs some work.
If I could have a new wig, that would be great.
Got the moves to win its prize?
Oh.
Oh, wow.
I could be platinum. I think blonde is best. I changed my makeup slightly. Where did you see our say our flags might be?
What'd you say?
Did somebody take a dump over here? Like, there's just shit everywhere.
What? That's not taking a dump.
Someone took a goddamn dump here.
Oh my god.
Like, just
oh wow.
took a fucking dump.
Oh wait, over here, this is like, it's, if you forget anything, like any of the good loot will be here. So
let me just look at your face real quick.
Hi, hello.
Wow, that's great.
I'm beautiful.
I'm noticing that you're blonde. It's a little rude. What is this?
You're more of a platinum. I'm a 613.
I am a 1001/613 blend for sure. What is this shit?
It's lost loot, so if you forget anything that might be good, it'll drop out loot that you might have left behind.
Oh.
You can also just go sell it for extra money.
Chartreuse?
Oh.
Okay, hold on.
Our flags are wrapped around the bar. But I don't know if those are just default. What does your flag look like?
There's a pony on it.
Yeah.
That's very descriptive, thank you.
I think
it's purple with pony.
Different than.
Are these not yours?
No.
Oh, that is mine. The ripped purple one with the unicorn on it.
But that one's not yours, Kara?
So true.
No.
Oh.
Mine also has the unicorn, but the background of it is just flat black. Or it's got like a little design on it.
Oh yeah, I see yours.
Oh, there it is. Yeah, it's up.
Yeah, it's up here. It's a different spot. That's a really cute touch. And then mine's right there, the Borderlands symbol. The red one.
Oh.
That's really cute.
Fancy.
I'm not sure what that is.
I added some new colors. Let me just look really quick. Armor decoration.
I'm gonna be spending a lot of time in Izzy's Fizzies.
Ooh.
Honestly.
I love it. I want to do a cosplay of her. Like the green star on her face is so cute. I just use my natural hair.
She is really cute.
I have new lipstick colors.
Okay.
Oh, no, I don't. Never mind.
Some new
no,
lips.
I do have a new lipstick color.
Did someone take a dump?
Well, did anyone?
No. Trashly died and left all their loot.
Oh, that might be my stuff. I went through my inventory and I was just like, I'm just gonna drop all of this.
Get rid of this shit.
I don't want it.
I'm not sure how to do emotes. On controller, at least. Oops.
Iridescent. Love that. That's not my favorite.
Oh my, not this man with a limerick.
Funky town.
Fun. Fun.
I go behind the bar. I open the
Ooh,
safe.
a heart.
I steal the money.
I love exploring like the little town though. It's so pretty.
It's really cool.
Love the water. Like the docks. Sit here and watch the waves.
The poet just said terrible gays, and I'm offended. I'm a bit offended. I have to be honest.
That's unfortunate for you. I'm so sorry that hurts your feelings.
Yeah,
but
it
I'm not
was a bit of a surprise.
I'm not like I don't let my kids near that type of lifestyle, so I just need to.
That's fair, I guess. Ooh, money, money, money. All green girl, love that. She is slaying in that outfit. You could. Did you say you can switch classes sometime, or no?
Yeah, when we get to like level 15, you can have a different class.
Oh, that's cool.
Like, you can have both simultaneously, which is kind of fierce.
Yeah, that's super fierce. Oh, I'm on fire.
My
Oops.
marbles. Would you help me find them?
Oh,
I was a hero like you once.
this girl lost her marbles.
I think.
Oh my
Oh.
god.
That seems like a you problem. This girl?
No, some like lady. I just like.
Wait, I want this hair. All the NPCs have such nice hair.
Give us the wigs.
Give me Izzy's wig, please.
Who is your supplier?
It's
Is that
custom.
human? Is that synthetic?
It's a custom style. I'm pretty shook.
A custom hard front.
It's an Arda.
Oh my
No,
god.
it's a rock star.
Oh no. Oh, my bad. My bad. This is a very important cutscene. I literally accidentally ran into it.
Look at the colors. How nice. I like his hair too. I want that hair.
Literally.
The impending doom. I know what's about to happen.
Don't say that. Just as long as the unicorn is always forever perfect, it's fine. Oh, the little hooves. Uh-oh. That's not good. That's not great.
No.
Not so fast, newbie. This is my world now.
We just touched up this place. No!
Well.
Stop. What did I just say?
I know.
Not the tongue sticking out.
Not me getting raided at this point. Welcome in.
I'm done being told how my story goes. Your master's age of heroes is over, and soon her whole world will follow.
Graphic.
She's dripping glitter right now.
Yeah.
Can we save her? Can we like band-aid it back on to her
Yeah.
body?
I
Or-
hope so.
Where's the super glue?
Not her dead corpse over here on the fucking.
You better not. You better stop.
One second. Thank you so much for the raid, Semantics. How are you doing? Thank you so much, everybody coming in. It's an amazing game so far. I'm having a glorious time. I'm hanging with Deere and CharaCouture, and we're just replaying the story. Yeah, don't look.
That's awful. That's really upsetting to know about and hear.
Yeah, I was holding the plushie when I saw this for the first time, and I was like, please don't look. I'm so sorry.
What once felt so
Yeah, that's
sure
gross.
is now
Why were they keeping the unicorn out there, just out in the open where it could be beheaded?
one truth
Literally.
remains standing amidst
Just behead the statue by the
the
fountain.
forces of evil must be stopped.
Okay.
Horrible. I'm sickened. I'm
The last game I
disgusted.
played before this was Martha is Dead, and the parallels there about that for me.
There's a lot happening, yeah. Wait, is this Kara's?
Yes, the one with the black is mine.
She left me with all her glittering
How
heart.
fun.
I miss her so much.
Yeah, that one's pretty.
Well,
So where are we going to avenge our baby?
we have to go to the docks first.
Can you tag it?
Yeah, it's over here.
Mark this well.
Oh, okay, there it is. Cool. Not Queen, but Stallion losing her head. It's very sad on child. It's very upsetting.
Very upsetting.
Very horrible. Terrible
you'll
news.
need to be more
I had just said, as long as the unicorn is okay, I'm okay. And
I
now
kind
it's
of I looked away when you said that on my stream.
very awful news.
Yeah. Yes, she definitely partied too hard last night that her head came off.
Hey, ask him if we're still getting
Wow. An unfortunate fate, some of us.
I want
you know.
this wig.
What
Do you
wig?
fucking see this wig right now?
Oh yeah.
Oh wow.
How do I get her? How do I behead her?
Take her wig, scalp her.
How do I wear that hair?
Oh, she's stunned.
Look at this wig. They are all serving.
Oh, she's got a nice bang. Did you fall off?
Yes.
I want this wig. Look at this wig. Pretty.
Crouch if you need her.
So pretty. Crouch?
Yeah, he's gonna knight us.
Defender of Brighthoof,
Hmm.
I name thee
Because Butt Stallion can't do that anymore.
the realm.
Yeah,
Oh my god, I love your makeup, Kara. You really went all out.
Thank you.
Beautiful.
Ooh, fancy.
Gorgeous.
Colorful.
Your quest is none other than to save the Wonderlands itself.
Can you
So-
move along?
The pyramid.
Butt Stallion's over there.
The sword of souls.
She's in that giant
Avenge
bad
our
thing.
queen. You'll need
You
a
mean her head
vessel
is? Her body's over there.
Yeah, her body's getting swept up by the janitors.
at your command, Bedmaker.
Her dead body is over at the square, but her head is elsewhere.
I've seen plenty of them, and I can tell you right now, they're cramped and sweaty.
I want to dive in this. Like, this is clean ass water. I want to, like, just have a good time. I want to go swimming.
We have need
I think you
of a
should.
vessel.
Honestly.
Don't ask why.
How do I behead this bitch though? I want this wig.
Scalp her.
Your new vessel here at the dock.
She's running away. She heard me. Come back here. Come back here.
I just see y'all running away like a Scooby-Doo scene.
She despawned. Did you try to cut her off?
I was like, let me try to go around and see. But
She was like, I can't be here. I must go.
She's a wreck.
Nonsense. I dub her the good ship Balsania.
Wait! Before you cast off, you must get the ship blessed by a bard, or you'll be pulled down to a watery grave.
As a spell shot with a double spell action, you can choose a second spell to equip.
What? But we're so close
That's
to taking
fun.
off. I don't want to deal with sea curses.
That's just how
Oh, I
Because-
see.
first round.
Unfortunately, our resident bard
Access
disappeared
can-
in the
oh.
invasion.
Well, noted. I really don't like this class.
Sky of the Evernight.
What does your class do?
My character's like a wizard class, and she can like transform enemies into something else, but there's nothing more than that really. I'm gonna investigate a little more.
He may now be your only hope of crossing the ocean.
I'll have to do like a good class for my second one when we get it.
I missed that girl with the nice wig.
You scared her off.
I sure did. She was like, I gotta go. I gotta get out
She
of
wanted to
here.
keep her head on her shoulders.
Sounds
She
dangerous.
did.
In a good way.
Yeah. It's a big old magical forest to the north
Ooh.
of Brighthoof.
Sorry. Did you say Sorth?
Yeah, you know, fantasy directions. Nerp, Sorth, Imps, and Wibbles. Did you
Oh.
read
Sorth.
any of the badass tone?
I looked at the pictures.
Ooh.
There was Sword Guy.
I love that
Bad
Wanda
guy.
Sykes is just
Wait,
here.
are those
Like, I would have
Sword
never
Guys?
expected her to
She's
have this
just
role.
a robot.
Yeah.
She's just living her life as a robot. It's fine.
No, we have
Should
to
I
go
be
find
over
the
there with y'all?
bard.
Because I'm exploring.
No, we have to.
I found dice.
Lucky you.
Oh, slay.
Ooh.
RNG got nothing on you.
Slay the war.
Better slay that world, bestie.
I don't know our goals because I haven't been listening, but they're probably.
So for us to set sail to find or to rescue Butt Stallion's decapitated head,
That is important to me. Yeah. I'm
yes,
listening.
very important. We have to get a bard to bless the boat so the ocean doesn't eat us alive when we're setting sail across the ocean.
And they're in this town or in another mission.
In another mission.
Oh.
Oh.
Lead the way.
Okay.
Jenny, don't look.
Oh, I
Jenny
didn't-
didn't see it. It's fine.
What was Jenny not seeing?
She
Oh, the
didn't see
shark.
it. No one saw it. No one saw it.
Back at it.
All sharks are alive and well and happy.
I didn't mean to
Eating
teleport us here.
green
My
fish.
bad.
Okay, well, here we are. Do we leave?
Hoping we can.
Wanda is a queen. She is. Wanda is a queen.
Okay, there we go.
Hey, how you doing?
There are really cute
Oh,
shark
aesthetic.
enemies later in the game though. There's like
Sharkies?
Yeah, they're like really cute shark enemies. They like
Ooh,
wander around and they're like buff, kind of like King Shark on
not bad.
like Ren show.
Next thing you say, they're hot.
Hot sharks. Oh my god. Okay, so where I meant to take us was
Yeah. Yum.
yes.
Yum.
Oh my goodness, not hot sharks in your area.
I do want to see this while Jenny's not looking, so.
Look away.
It's cute though. Oh, I almost died.
Oh my goodness.
Thank you, Falter Free.
Not only fins. Oh my god.
Only fins, yeah. Hi, fishy. Oh, it's cute. Oh, it has little lips. It's like an alligator. It has lips.
Your character is mad pretty. Thank you.
You're talking to me. Thank you.
Oh. Let me get some work done. Let me get the lips done.
They remind me of the puppets on Mr. Rogers.
Oh my goodness.
Oh my
like
god.
the ridiculous makeup and stuff. It's the girl with the wig.
Oh, she's back. Oh. Not us getting
my
attacked.
goodness. We got attacked. Oh. We got launched out of the attack. Or in. I can't tell. Something's happening.
We're being teleported. I'm gonna take off this belt. This is hurting me.
I can use my sniper rifle.
We meet again.
So these battles are just like random generated, just like survive the timer or something?
Yeah, you want to clear the area so you get some loot.
Get some loot. Okay, I killed the guy. I'm the best at the game.
Killed a guy.
Oh shit. Oh no. Cool, I saved my own soul, which is fun.
My computer is generating so much heat. It's so hot in my room than it was earlier.
Oh no.
Oh my god, it's so hot. Like,
That's
fuck.
not good. It's so hot.
Oh my god, it's so hot. My character.
This enemy was like running full force at you.
He wants me so bad.
Is there is there still an enemy?
Yeah, there's a bunch.
I don't think. Why did this enemy had a nicer wig than me? It makes me sick. Ooh. Sure. Oh.
You are so.
I found a sniper rifle. Wait, how do we change the colors of the weapons, or are they just like what they are?
I'm not sure.
Because I keep finding like green camo print, and it makes me feel under the weather.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I've had a lot of them too.
Does it say like specifically like weapon skin?
It doesn't say anything, but like I pick it up and it's like green camo, and I'm just it's making me want to vomit.
Like you want to bomb?
Mm-hmm.
Well, you can talk to the girl with the wig.
Hi, wig.
I'm gonna turn off my heat, so I'll be right back. But do your thing. I just punched my monitor. Oops.
I'm Belvedance, the world's first influencer.
Oh, Lord.
That means I'm professionally hot. My fans should get the chance to look at me. So I need you to carve
I'm gonna
my
just
likeness
walk into the
some
water.
rocks.
Oh, we can.
Yeah.
Oh, you made a statue of her. Okay, if she's an influencer and she's influencing people, I'd like her to influence my wig.
Yeah.
Please?
I'm gonna punch her until she gives me a share of the ad revenue that she's gonna get off that post.
Oh my goodness. You did make it happen. You sculpted that. She needs to pay for the rights, the licensing rights.
Yes. She can't use her numbers to pay me an exposure.
You see a craftsman looking
True.
perturbed, which is like disturbed, but perverted.
No, it's not.
Oh, one a bit.
Hot dog, am I perturbed?
He's perturbed.
You're not alone in this
Oh.
world, friend.
Did you walk into a
I think I
somebody?
walked in the grass and then the enemy
no.
ran after Nem.
Nemesis isn't here. Oh goodness, we have to protect Nem. Oh, I have a sniper rifle now. Wow, I'm terrible. I'm a terrible shot. Oh, I'm not killing anything. That's bad. I'm dying, help! Thank you. Oh, there's an enemy right behind me. Thank you. I was like, where am I getting attacked from? The enemy right behind me.
Just like I taught you.
Die, lady. Not me on the ground again. Okay, I got myself up.
Nothing like a little massive
Jesus.
organization to get the blood pumping.
Need help, please.
I'm back.
Hi, Nem. We accidentally went into a battle.
Slay.
We're currently doing fine, I think.
Thumbs are all tangled. What's happening?
Bash her. Oh my gosh, not me on the ground again. What's happening?
At last,
Thank
another
you.
voice to the choir of violence.
Suddenly I'm so weak, I guess.
I'm all out of spell stuff.
Whoa. Hi, Bruce. Thank you so much. How are you? Ooh, human skulls. Nice. Oh, we did it. Yay!
Oh my god, you all slayed that.
I kept dying. I kept dropping immediately. I need a different weapon.
Yeah, I'm about to switch mine. I want like chips or something.
Ooh.
You just like poisoned me? What happened?
I don't know what that was. Okay, this should be better. Score. I don't know what this does.
What does what? Oh!
This magic.
Oh my goodness.
That's a poison ball.
You didn't think I would
Oh, fun.
no, not
did you?
So I just snap. I'm like, and you're poisoned. Just.
Do you do a Thanos snap?
I don't know what that means, and I don't know what that is, and I don't know what Marvel is. So.
You're fucked.
Well, you're poisoned.
True! And I'm also Slay Fierce.
Slay Fierce.
I don't know why George just tweeted that, and I was like, so funny to me. Are you ready to be slayed fierce? Like, what does that mean?
Fierce. She doesn't know what she's saying. She just saw 2 words and she was like, sure.
Have you seen her Twitter? Like, literally, she'll like capitalize every letter of the start of the word, if that makes sense. Like,
she tweets like someone's mother.
Yes! It's crazy. So funny.
I was gonna fix this magical bridge, but some ne'er-do-wells
Magical
printed up my
bridge.
magical building recipes
Borpo.
What's
What's her name?
Get 'em back for me, will ya?
Borpo. Okay, Borpo. No problem.
I don't know which. Oh, it's this. Oh, we have to get through this Cheeto.
We left the Cheetos.
Tina, you left a cheese curl on the board.
What? No, I didn't.
It's right there. It's in the way of our character.
Maybe it's not a cheese curl. Mayhaps it is a
Good night, Semantics.
powerful ancient meteor that fell from the heavens millennia ago.
Oh my goodness.
It's got a lock on it. So you gotta go to a
A
dungeon
lock?
that I totally already had ready to get the key to unlock it.
Oh, there it is. Let's go.
If it's
We
any
go into a dungeon that
reward,
was here before.
the bard is very sexy. So
Or the what?
the place we're trying to go to find the guy is hot. So
Oh, that's the one where you can look up his loincloth?
yeah,
Wow.
it's definitely gonna be slay fierce.
Slay fierce, all caps. Oh, there's little mushrooms. That's cute.
Welcome to your
Dear, you saw the episode of Drag Race tonight, right?
Yes, I did.
I'm not gonna talk about it, but like, what was the runway theme?
Spoiler alert, everybody. The runway theme is Mirror Mirror.
Oh.
Why?
I saw the runway and I thought it was interesting.
I thought it was fun. Generally.
Everybody just reminded me of that, what was it, like tinfoil hats? Like,
Yeah.
very that.
It was very silver, mostly. Thank you. What kind of weapon is that?
One that I have, it's
It's like a green laser.
yeah, it's like poison.
Oh,
Like acid
damn.
damage.
That's sick. I need a new weapon. My weapons suck. This one has like a light. It has like crystals. Ooh. Oh. Please. Where? Oh, nice.
I've seen where you're headed. I don't envy you.
I need better weapons.
Same. I hear
Nicole, I
angry
love
skeletons.
I just hear people just crying. Oh, encounter clear. Cool.
Spells and loading shells.
And loading shells. Yeah.
Oh, there's another floor. The dungeon.
I like when you reload this gun, you just like sort of sprinkle in some sugar. Look at it, Nem. Look,
Where
I'm
are
gonna
you?
fire. Right next to you. So when I reload, just sprinkle
Oh
some
my god!
pixie dust in.
That's so funny.
That's so fierce. Oh.
Oh, I have a Dorito.
Oh no, not a Dorito.
Hope it wasn't there for long.
Better not have been.
I can see you winning it.
Never in my life would I be like, oh my god, Wanda Sykes is slaying the Borderlands voice acting, but she is. So go off, queen.
Wanda Sykes is slaying the robot role.
Yeah, right? Like, that's so bizarre to like say.
it's quite new. Quite new vocabulary there.
I'm just getting started.
I hear someone crying.
Oh my god. Someone just exploded all those skeletons. Oh.
Alright, let's get the key so we can unlock the key.
Oh, someone revive me. Help me. I'm gonna die.
Where are you?
I'm on the way.
Oh, I see you.
Oh
no. Well.
Goodbye.
We can't grieve any longer. We must move on.
Yeah.
Where do you restart from? Oh.
I'm over here. Hey,
Oh, there you
bitches.
are.
I'm back.
Get out of here.
When I return, like,
And spat it
on
out.
Drag Race for the 500th time, like people do nowadays.
Hey.
Oh my goodness.
How did we do it?
Absolutely.
Okay, we unlock the cheese curl.
As you put the key into the lock, the powerful ancient meteor begins to rise from the ground. Woo!
Oh, slay.
Returning to the heavens from whence it came.
You're really not going to admit you dropped that on accident, are you?
Just eating it. Ooh, higher level area. I'm gonna flop.
Yeah. Yeah. We're trying to see if there's like a cute
I
little.
can use some skills.
The ruins of a shrine dot the landscape.
Love
though
that.
its builders are long forgotten, and its magic crystals
I think we'll be
scattered.
fine.
Perhaps who
Okay,
or
let's
what
go.
ever
Whatever, you know.
would reward you for restoring it to its former glory. This shrine is dedicated to Zumios, the patron god of power walking.
Zumios. She's just making it up as she goes along, huh?
I love her.
She's like, this is whatever I say it is. There you go. Ooh, Weep Wild Dankness. This looks cute with like the overgrown mushrooms. Damn.
It's really cute, yeah.
That's really fun.
The area like designs are so gorgeous. Like there's not a miss so far. Like everything is so pretty.
Yeah, it's all really fun. Really cool. Creative.
It's really dark right now.
Wild engulfs you.
Well, we're in a cave. There we go. Sunlight.
Yeah, I was really hot. Like I was overheating in that outfit, so I just
I thought something
switched.
called the dank.
Like it's really hot. I don't know.
I don't know. Danker?
Danker.
Danka.
Danka.
Mm-hmm.
That's thank you in some language.
Yeah, in German.
Okay, fine.
Slay! I'm so wise.
So true. Hungry is impact.
We'll just have
Ooh,
to
look, the mushrooms.
dank ranking. You gotta rank the dank. If I'm being frank, you
Oh, we
gotta
have to kill them.
They're cute.
I'm so sorry.
Okay, it's dead now.
So sad.
These things need to drop better weapons because I am fucked.
We should get some good loot in this voyage we're going on.
Love that.
The dank forests.
This is so cool. Thank you, 2K. Thank you, Gearbox.
Yes, we're loving it. I've loved it so much. I've played it 3 times already.
It's so cool.
I haven't done the entire story, but I have progressed a little further than this.
Yeah.
But like fully becoming Wonderlands streamer.
Just a Wonderland streamer. Ooh. Okay. Do these have weapons in them? Oh, there
No.
is a weapon. Okay, there is a weapon. I'm gonna
there's
buy
one,
it.
yeah, right here.
Oh, I don't think I can buy it.
You can sell your items if you go to the other tab. Like sell the stuff you're
Oh.
not using. Get some money.
The things I am using are not here, right? They're like in a different area.
Yeah, it'll say the things you're using. They're usually at the bottom, and they'll have like a red check
with
mark.
the check mark.
Yes.
Right.
Oh, I forgot I ordered
Okay.
food, so there's just food over here.
Food.
Yeah, mozzarella sticks.
Oh, yum. I'm just selling all these. I don't need them, right?
Yeah.
I'll get upgrades.
You'll get better shit anyway. The game progresses and you get better stuff.
Cool. Okay, give me this new one. Did I buy it? Did I buy it? Oh.
Oh.
They're all so beautiful, I can hardly choose between
Oh, I want this weapon.
And yet...
Ooh.
Oh, do you know about rarities, y'all? Like the rarity of the weapons?
Yeah.
Purple is the rarest, right? And then blue
Orange
is the second
is.
rarest. Oh.
Orange is the rarest. Purple is second rarest. I think in this game, too, they actually have a new ranking. The most rare is rainbow. And then orange. And then purple, blue, green. And then basic is white.
These lands are indeed vast and wondrous.
Okay, I am upgraded, so hopefully I'll do better now.
Yeah.
Cool. I'm feeling good.
I just need to pee really quack. Really quack.
Quack quack.
I'll be right back.
Okay. Don't have any money. That's not great.
Oh no.
That's fine. I spent all of it upgrading. It's fine. It's good. Ooh.
You made it! Well done. For a squire, anyway. Now, we must make haste to the lake lady. She knows how to get all the best gear.
Lake lady.
When first I heard tales of the holy spell maid, I knew it was an artifact of legendary fit only for my mechanical hands.
Who's talking?
Oh, Claptrap.
Say that after Blast Hamlet,
Oh, that guy.
Yeah. He's, I mean, I haven't played the games, but I do know enough about them to know that he's, like, featured throughout.
Yeah, he's one of the main characters in like the main Borderlands games, right?
I think so.
I think. Possibly. Neither of us knowing, but almost knowing, on the cusp of knowing.
Carpet Cleaner said in chat that she hates him so much.
Oh, Tiny Tina does? Ooh.
No. No, Carpet Cleaner.
Oh, Carpet Cleaner hates. Got it. How funny. Well, hopefully we don't have to, you know, endure too much from him. The mushrooms are nice. They're cute.
Alrighty. Are we ready?
Better if Valentine hadn't gotten Queen Diamond Loot killed.
Whoa, how was that my fault? And why do you care? You can't even remember her name.
If we'd gone pillaging like I said, maybe we could have stopped the Dragon Lord. But no, you.
I have new weapons.
Slay.
We also have a new mission. Find Lake Lady.
Oh. Yeah, I've done that
She'd
too.
rather blow up everything than lose control.
Here. This is the main one, but when we find Lake Lady, we'll find her.
Okay.
We'll come across her path.
Okay. Sure.
A little dragon clipped into the mountain.
Oh no. Is it
Oh, now he's back.
okay? Okay, good.
The way my mom is fully sleepwalking, watching
Sparkly.
TV right now. Just like
Who is?
watching my mom. She's like watching TV
Oh.
on her phone, sleepwalking.
Oh wow.
It's like wandering. Love her.
Just doing some rounds, getting around the town.
Sometimes I'll go upstairs like while I'm streaming to like go to the like get ice for water, and she'll be like watching my stream in her sleep. I'm like, please.
Thanks for the support. Thanks for the lurk.
She's so cute.
These are nice. Oh, they do little headbutts.
Can't open this flavor packet. I like forgot I
What
was
flavor
streaming right now.
packet?
It's lemonade flavor. Yeah, I'm putting hot sauce into my drink right now.
Looks like magic's back on the menu.
Well,
Darkness flees before the light.
Oh my god,
I
please.
like all the mushroom things. They're so cute. The little like head slaps they do.
I know. The enemy design is good too. I just like can't get enough of this game. Like it's so good.
It's cool.
So fantasy and quirky.
It's fancy.
So true. Spell, bestie.
You spelled.
Oh, there's a chest. Did I open it?
Maybe you should.
Yeah, as if I would have sauce. Could you imagine such a thing?
Sauce.
Yeah.
I was like, what kind of packet are you opening? That doesn't sound like you.
Even ketchup is too much for me. Get it away.
I'm the same way.
You don't like ketchup?
Mm-mm.
Oh wow.
Like when I was in Dallas and everybody was like, oh, so like, what do you want to have for food? Because I kept going out to eat with people. And I was like, get sauce away from me. Stay far away.
No sauce. Y'all, help! I'm dying. Where are y'all?
Oh, I left you.
Oh, Kara's here. Okay, cool.
Where are you? Oh, I guess I went the wrong way. Oopsie.
We're
oopsie.
fighting a mimic.
Oh.
It's almost dead.
I slide
It's,
down
like,
the hill
so
towards
powerful.
y'all.
Yay, we got it! What is that? Ooh.
Might have an army of mushrooms coming to attack us. Oh, here they are.
Oh. That's not great.
They want to have fun. Shroomlet, that's such a cute name.
Shroom what?
Shroomlet. What's gonna explode? I hear.
Shroomlet.
Oh, we're good.
We're fine. We're doing great. We're wonderful. Somebody asks, Matcha Latte Boba says, is the game only versus monsters? No, we fought humans before, and like skeletons. It's
Yeah.
like, a lot of stuff.
And there's bosses. There's mini bosses. There's also, you can do PvE if you want. I mean PvP. We could fight each other if we really wanted.
I'm gonna rip that wig off.
Yeah. Here, we can do it right now. Wait, can you?
Come and get some.
Oh, I guess you can't.
We're in cooperation, so I don't think we can fuck each other up.
Oh, true.
Yeah.
Wait, are we going the right way?
No,
we have to go the other path.
Waypoint. No. Oh. Wait, which one? Oh, I was going up the right one. I think.
No, you're going the wrong way. We're all going the wrong way. You have to go back down where that mimic was. And then go up the other path.
Shroomlet. That is such a cute name. Oh, it's dead now. That's good.
Let's sit crisscross applesauce. Hiya.
Crisscross applesauce. Okay, so over here. Oh, I see. Down. No.
No, right here.
Right.
You're over here. Where'd you
Just
go?
looting. I'm looting.
Oh, I see you.
Sick of all the louts in my kingdom.
You have to go that way.
Mug of cola at the tavern is
Oh, I didn't even see that path.
Yeah, me neither.
That path was dead to me.
Murray for position, says my father. What
Cool.
about love, I say? And they
What
just
about love?
Well, I'll get the last laugh. I booked a lighthouse on Lairby. Oh, gonna take a beauty. Curse myself with eternal sleep and wait for my true love to arrive and wake me up. That's
Wake me up.
Wake me up inside.
These mushrooms are so interesting. Zombie shroom? What do you mean?
Oh no, he touched my butt.
They look like.
Oh
the,
my god, my
mushroom
health
that
is
Willow's
gone.
Mushroom look was based on.
Oh my god, yeah!
True.
Worshipping the mushrooms.
Holy mushrooms.
Holy couture.
Out of spell slots.
Oh, I like how their caps turn into like teeth, like mouths. That's fun.
Well, hey there, stranger.
Hello.
I'm afeared I can't say and greet you proper like, but
Are these little gnomes?
Oh.
terrible charmed at your heroic personage. I'm about
She's
to
like
head
a
out on
she's like a
mission
hideous
to give us
Smurf.
your
I
aid.
love her.
Now,
Oh, she's letting us in.
Oh my goodness.
Let us in. Let us in. Let us in. Let us in. Let us in.
Oh, they ran away!
Now, look alive,
Look,
you
they were
Smurfs.
dancing.
This mission we're setting out upon is a
Oh my god, they're
Awful.
so cute! Look at their little
She's like
hats!
Smurfette.
Smurf now
She's
dark
Smurfette.
and I aim
They
to
literally
kill
are
you.
Smurfs.
Let's move.
That's the voice of Ellie from the other games.
As you command, my
Oh,
wife
how fun.
We'll defend you to the death.
Wow, they have buff.
Oh, they're
bats.
getting down!
They have buff fucking bats.
They are breaking it down over here. Oh
This is a
shit!
party.
Oh, wop chow!
Throw it back.
Oh,
Hey.
fuck!
Upside down, friend. You need to
Hey,
work
yo?
on positive thinking.
It's over here. Oh, old Murph. He's right here.
Look of a tough as Murph
Oh, he has a little beard.
Well, that's a sight for these old eyes, 'cause we got ourselves
Not Surf Murph.
helping a Murph in trouble around these
Oh my god, wait, they are Smurfs because Murphs instead of Smurf.
operating camp trying to take back our village. You hear to them blue ones?
I have heard of things that would drive you to madness.
He just referenced Blue
But
Murphs.
No,
Sorry, I was talking, but I was muted. I was thinking this is Papa Smurf, but I almost called him Daddy Smurf because I couldn't remember his name.
Old Murph, they
Yeah, they're Smurfs because they're Murfs.
That's funny.
That's fun.
Good night, Cams. Love you.
They're Murph. Oh, one of them said Murph and Murph.
hey, cover y'all. Them blue ones is a
What's happening? Oh, the blue ones are coming. Oh my god, they're
Oh my
Smurfs!
God, and they
Look!
look like Smurfs.
They're Smurfs!
Kill the Smurfs!
Oh my god, we have to kill the Smurfs! They're attacking! The
They're
Smurfs are
evil.
attacking!
The Smurfs are killing the Murphs.
Oh my god, no, not the Murfs! We have to save the Murfs!
Where's Murfette?
Oh my, where's the wig? That's so fucking funny. This is hilarious.
Oh wow, they're.
Oh.
They look all hideous and gross with their like little teeth.
There's a lot of them, jeez.
They are mad. Why do they make such big houses if they are like little Smurf people?
real bad.
True.
Come here.
Forest full of mansions.
Sure is a Murphin shame to kill.
That's a Murphin shame.
There's no cure for the blue rage, far as we know. College Murph was working on one.
I can't believe they got that
College
approved.
Murph.
That's so funny.
I love the
Gargle
Murph.
snot. Oh my god.
Gargle snot. Murfetta.
She should have checked this by now.
That is so fun.
Make sure my wife Queen's all right.
Oh, we're gonna go find Murfetta.
Other Murphs around
Where's
camp,
Murfetta?
make sure ain't no one got bit.
She's up this path over here. We have to fight through skeletons to get to Murfetta.
Wily one.
I want to see
I
her
hate
wig. She
Murfetta.
better have a nice wig and some lipstick.
She better. Ooh. Spectral talent.
Nope. Everything's fine. We're all fine here. We're just having tea and talking about our feelings.
Oh, is Murfetta cheating on Papa Murph?
She must be.
With Gargle
Murfetta's a
Snot?
slut. Love her.
In like
Queen.
Smurf lore, like Gargamel made Smurfette to like
Yeah.
essentially honey trap the Smurf.
Mm-hmm. It's true.
It's true. The rumors are true.
Yeah, Smurfette is like a creation. She's man-made.
Sorry. Not. She is a creation, man-made. I love her.
She is. She's like a perfect creature, made from evil.
You should
Not
do
a
it.
shroomener.
You should do a Smurfette look. That'd be sick.
I would love to. I love Smurfette. I think she's fierce.
She's very you. Slay.
Oh, blonde.
Yeah.
Blonde and blue. Also a man-made. Not real, man-made. Fake.
When she was evil, she had black hair. What?
Yeah, she did. She wasn't originally blonde. She got a dye job and suddenly she's nice. I can relate.
You mean me? That was me my era. When I only wore black hair because I was scared of you. So true.
Go back to that. Go back to that or I'll ruin you.
Oh my god, wait, we're gonna see. Oh my god, there she is! She has pigtails!
Really?
Yeah, over here.
Where?
Gargle Snot and Murfette are in there.
Oh, he's hideous. Oh! We're getting
Oh
lore.
my god.
That's not true. It's Murfette and
Can I go to the back window? I like peek through the back. Oh, I can. Hey guys.
Can we?
Hey.
That is so funny.
Oh, where'd they go? Oh wait, there's there's Smurfs hoarding. Oh! Not he looks like a flea. He did.
Why did he look like such a freak? My god. Can we get in there?
I hope so. I think we have to kill the Smurfs though.
Oh yeah, we definitely can get in there. There's like oh! Was the wall here before? Hello?
What wall?
Oh! Oh, because they were inside of there. Okay. I'm next door.
You feel luckier.
Ooh. Oh.
Hello?
Ooh.
Is there an individual or four in the vicinity? I could do with a timely rescue.
Who's talking?
I don't know.
College Murph.
College Murph?
Yeah.
They were talking about him in
He's got
like,
little
the
glasses.
cutscene.
Oh my god, really? Oh, he does
it's
have little
Brainy.
glasses!
It's like Brainy. Oh. I love them. They're nice.
I love the
How
Murphs.
cute. Have you not played this part?
No, I haven't.
All the Murphs are new for you?
This is a side quest, so yeah.
It's cute. I love them. I'm not listening to them. I don't know what's happening.
It's just like literally the plot of Smurfs.
Yeah, just retold. So Tiny Tina watched a Smurfs episode and was like, huh.
No, wait a minute. I have an idea.
I could incorporate this somehow. It's like any little kid. Like when you're a little kid, you're like, I love Mortal Kombat's my favorite game. I'm gonna make a Mortal Kombat, and it literally is all the same characters, just different colors.
And when I was in like elementary school, I played Mario Party for the first time, and they were like, write a book about something. And I was like, I'm gonna write a book, and it's gonna be like Mario Party, but it's gonna be like not that. It was like literally everything, like the same.
It was just completely copyrighted.
It was like Wario Party.
Fully fully plagiarized.
Yeah.
It's time for us to parkour.
Oh, we have to parkour?
No, I'm just being an idiot.
Oh.
Just parkouring for no reason.
Oh, he wants us to take those. Magic formula.
Oh, it's Murfetta turning into a Smurf rather than a Murph. We gotta get the Murphs.
Our wife
Our
queen.
wife queen? Okay, I sort of want her to turn blue and be her own woman.
Slay.
I want that.
I'll meet you at the forward operating base outside the village when you're done.
Oh, it's over here. Oh! My... Azabel's a giant, crab monster lady.
Ooh. I'm getting attacked.
Which is
Yes,
a
thank
reference
you.
to his cat.
Oh!
Gargamel? Wait,
Well, she's a sheep right now, so hold on.
Azamel? What is its name? Azrael.
Yeah.
It's Azrael. Gargamel and Azrael, yeah. Ooh.
Yeah, she's like over here if you see her.
Slay. What is that? We have... No morals. There's not mushroom in here. There's. What?
Now you
Sure.
listen here. You were a mere nuisance before, but now you've made this personal. Once I'm through with these
I
mercs,
killed
I'm
Azamo.
coming after you.
Well, did it look like the cat?
It was blue, so I don't think so.
Oh. Hi, I'm here to support.
There's something over here it wants us to get. Find gills of Oh, hello! There's a giant mushroom attack chasing me now.
Uh-oh.
Have a good night.
Oh.
I changed it into a sheep.
Uh-oh.
Ooh, these guys hurt. Ouchie. Yeah, I really don't like this class, but it's just not for me. It might be for someone else. It's kind of like a supporty class.
Ready to fling some spells.
Wow. You can stay over there.
Beyond
If you look at this little mini boss, he has a butt.
Oh, he does. I see.
All the little mushroom characters have little butts. It's really cute.
That's
Oh, he has little babies.
Oh, he's giving birthies.
Rooftop.
We killed him.
It's dead now. Yay.
Oh, but its babies are still killing
I keep dropping on the ground, honey.
Ouch.
I need to upgrade my health. I drop like instantly.
Yeah, have you been using your hero points?
I have been, yeah.
Slay.
Just not well, apparently. Not well informed.
Oh, we did that. We have to get his skills.
Skills of mushroom.
1, 2, 1, 2. My fed is looking blue.
Wait, where is he?
Find toenail of troll.
Toenail of troll. Yuck.
Guess we go this way.
I'm coming.
And I ran in the opposite direction.
Uh-oh. Oh, there's little, like, trolls, goblins.
Oh, it's over here. I see the giant troll. Kate the Hate Troll. Is that a reference?
The hate troll?
Kate the Hate.
Oh my goodness.
Just right here. Look at her. Queen.
Oh my god.
Oh,
I turned her into a sheep.
I'm shooting her.
Sorry, not a sheep. It's a skeep.
A skeep.
I wonder how much of that damage carries over, though, when you kill it in the polymorph. Oh, it does a lot of extra damage.
It did
actually.
a lot.
So it takes down its
she's up there.
shield.
Watch out!
Magic mag.
That move is
Nice.
OP, turning it into a sheep or whatever.
Yeah, it takes down its entire shield, which is really crazy.
Fierce. Yeah. Wow.
I just don't like it when, like, you're in the middle of, like, looking at the enemy, and then you're like, well, I'm turning it into a sheep.
Yeah, it's like, you don't need to see it anymore. It's fine.
Yeah. You have to unlock the changing station in Izzy's tavern place. No, you don't. You get it when you save the village.
Oh.
She should introduce you to it.
Who am I kidding? Of course you do. Who doesn't? Well,
Oh, we got another quest. I want to finish the Murphs. Where are the Murphs?
I got it. It's right here. Little boy's blues.
Oh. Little Boys Blues. Oh, I see it. Like, you can change it on the fly.
Yeah, I'm changing it back.
That's nice.
Oh, you're getting chased, Nem.
It's okay. I want them to come over here. Oh, the Murphs. I mean, the blues are here.
Uh-oh. Oh.
Don't hold back.
They're evil.
I mean, it's all brand new to a lot of people, so...
It's brand new.
I mean, like, this
Just
is
came
some
out
people's
today.
first Borderlands game, so... Or addition to the Borderlands, because this isn't Borderlands, but it's Wonderlands. But it does stem from, you know...
Yeah,
Gearbox.
it's a spinoff. Oh,
That's the last of them.
our Papa Murph is here.
Come on.
Oh, is he?
Pop them
Yeah.
potion particulars.
Oh, we gotta make the potion.
Ooh.
Presto
Oh.
Murpho. Vile. There you are. One mushroom enhancement potion. Pipe it on. Fresh fresh as it gets.
Piping hot.
Wonderful. Now, I've calculated the approach angle and velocity of the combined vectors. Using the potion on that mushroom right there will lead to quite the amazing ride. Which should put you
Ooh,
in
right
the
there.
optimal position
Let's
to
do
open
it.
the gate for the
Oh, do
ride.
we make it to a big mushroom and then jump in?
Ooh. I'm on it. Oh! We did it.
Oh, we jump again. Oh my god.
Ooh, we are on a ride. Yes, we're in Murphshire.
Murphshire.
That's cute.
I gotta kill the blue ones.
Kill the blue ones. Oh.
My wife, queen.
My, is that what he just said?
Yeah.
My wife, queen. Murphetta. That's hilarious.
Also
She's-
for anybody
she's
that
gonna be like, I don't want to go with you. You're evil.
yeah, she's like, I hate you guys actually, and then like a reveal into a blue outfit.
It's like, hey, I'm in blue.
Oh my god, maybe he should not
right
be
here.
in the stuff.
Is that Murphetta?
She's struggling.
Uh-oh. Not your wife, queen. Is she gonna transform?
I bet you.
Oh, we gotta defend him while he cleanses Murphetta.
Cleanses his shit.
Not baptizing Murphetta.
It's her baptism. The crystals are just like pushing him out. Like what?
I don't know.
Something.
Free Murphetta.
Oh. We got her.
Her little cone bra.
She's so cute. Look at. Oh yeah, she's sexy.
Her Madonna cone bra and tutu.
Oh, he's gonna turn.
Oh no.
Is he?
Oh no.
Oh, he's blue. Kill him.
Cry.
Uh-oh. Where is he?
Uh-oh.
Gargle snot?
You come on out and show yourself. I'm
Where
a
is he?
Murphin kill you for this.
As you wish,
Papa Snot is dead, so.
Oh, we gotta kill Gargle Snot. Oh, he's up there! Oh my god, he does
Where?
look like a flea. Wait, are his titties out?
Where?
Oh, he's got boobies out.
Oh, there he is.
Ew.
Oh, he does have his tits out. Oh, she's slapping him
Oh,
too.
she's slapping the fuck out of him.
Is that a prosthetic?
Oh, his butt's out too.
Oh,
His
he's
cheeks
in the-
are out. He's naked.
He is serving looks right now. Oh, get him in the cage.
Oh, she's really beating the fuck out of him.
She's
Oh
like,
my
"Fuck
god. I love her so
Oh.
much. Oh, where'd he go?
He just like dissipated.
Years.
Where'd he
Yeah,
go?
was he a robot?
What did she do to him? Did she soft lock our game?
Murphetta, what's up with you? She's just trudging along in the water.
Did he
just
teleport
stomping.
away?
I
Yep,
couldn't
I found him.
tell.
Oh, you found him?
Where is he?
Oh, he tried to escape.
He thought he could get away.
Oh, he teleported away again.
Oh.
Oh, he's back over here.
He's almost dead. Oh, he's getting all muscly, bloody, something.
You found him?
We're
Oh, yeah,
trying
he's
to
right
kill
there.
him.
Like, where is he at? I'm stealing his health. Oh my god!
Damn it, I'm on the ground. Help. Yes!
We got him.
Ooh.
Good riddance.
Ooh.
Come here, stranger. Let me thank you proper like.
Is she gonna kiss us?
I had the same thought.
Casting spells and
She gives us a
building
smooch.
shells.
Clawbringer?
I don't know. I might be a Murphetta stan. I don't know.
I'm obsessed with Murphetta. She's my favorite. I love her. So she's gonna thank us? Is she gonna like take off her cone bra or something?
She's gonna give us a show.
Finally start rebuilding our lives. It's a real Murphin shame that old Murph won't be around to see it, though. Truffle hunts won't never be the same.
Look at her trudging through the water. Like she's.
Done us a real kindness.
Where's she strutting to?
This
Do you
is-
see her hips
this is-
shake?
I can thank you enough.
Yeah, but this is not a great place to have your monologue, sis.
Oh. There she goes.
Uh,
Oh, we got a purple
is she-
rocket launcher.
Is she gone? Is she dead?
No, she's alive, but she just said I'm going back to camp.
Wait, look at the little barrel. The goblin trickster. How cute.
All right, we got to do the one with the bard now, Mr. Bard Man. Oh yeah, there's a guy in a barrel.
Barrel man.
That was such a cute little side quest. Oh my god.
Oh my god, I'm obsessed with them. Oh,
that was so funny.
now he's dead. Look at their little face. Oh.
I think if we go back through here. Oh yeah, he's right down here.
Cool. Kara,
Yeah,
where are you at?
I died.
Oh no!
Oh,
Where is the
that's-
revive? Oh. Oh.
I'm gonna be dead soon.
I'm gonna go to the area.
I got.
Hi Angel, how are you doing?
Please revive. Please revive. Please heal a little bit.
Oh.
Oh.
Me running into a cutscene. Oops.
Oop. Oh.
Sexy.
Hi, body. Torg. Half bard, half barbarian. Does he sing?
He does. He's a returning character.
Oh, how fun. Where did you go, Nem? Can you...
I will, yeah. I think it's the up arrow right there.
What's that? Not a goblin flame rider and it's attacking me. Oh my god, I'm dead.
I'm sure you're still enjoying Tiny Tina's Wonderlands. I'm obsessed with this game. What's your rating out of 10? 10. As Deere dies. Oops!
Yeah. I got attacked by a flame rider thing. Murph refugee camp. Okay.
I'll mark over here.
Marking this chest.
Okay. How do I
Look
get
on my
over
map
there?
for you. Oh wow, you have to go all the way around, huh?
Yeah. A bit of a trek.
Damn. Not cool. Not great.
Yeah, I'm watching you on the map. Keep going that way. Are you getting attacked?
Yes. By
I'm
little
watching you
mushrooms.
get attacked. You're like backing up.
Yeah.
While you do that, I'm gonna look up his skirt.
I'm on my way. Please hold.
See, I swear you can see
Am I
his
going the
bulge.
right way? I'm not even going the right way.
No, you are. You go back, go
am?
back, go back, go back. Now go up that... Yep, keep going. Now go straight the entire way, and you'll be to us.
Okay. Okay. I'm being chased by lots of little red dots.
Okay, okay. Okay, I'll run towards you, so...
What the fuck is this? Oh, it's the lake lady, and she's like a pig goblin, bitch? Her bra is amazing. I love her. Wow.
Bye, Marshy.
Look, I'm not talking to anyone while my damn goblin neighbors
Wow.
are making a racket with that.
Tara, where are you?
Nowhere near you.
Why?
We must kill the drummers.
I don't
Only then will
know.
the lake lady hear our plea.
Oh my
Well, that
goodness.
doesn't sound neighborly at all. Surely some friendly
Find
glamour
Kara. Help
area?
Kara.
Where are you?
I don't know where Kara is.
Oh my god, we're all lost.
I'm
Oh,
with
Kara
you,
went up
man.
like this path. Kara, come back. Where are you going?
Well, I found a new area.
Oh my god.
I'm looking at the naked man.
Yeah,
in
I
the
want to like
loincloth.
caress his body with my.
He really does have his whole leg out.
Yeah,
Damn.
and you can literally look up his skirt. I swear you can see bulge. His guitar is kind of clipping into him, but like.
Oh my goodness.
Oh yeah.
Wow. Okay. Work.
Yeah.
Good for you.
Very slay. Oh, Kara's back.
Kara,
We won.
Kara, can you come to us, please?
Oh wait, no, Kara's
Yeah.
not here. I thought Kara was here.
No.
Oh.
Avalanche of abs.
Well, Kara
Ooh,
said
I
that's
want
very
that.
like their character. They like to like, you know, adventure.
Uh,
Things in this world. Rat, quest, and huge explosions. And respecting all living beings, irrespective
he has a lot of energy, huh?
He's canonically bi, which is kind of iconic.
Who did he kiss?
He said he likes he said he wants to date anybody so maybe pan, but he doesn't care of gender.
That's nice.
Yeah. But like in the it says like in the wiki that he's canonically bi, but I guess it's kind of described more like pansexual.
That's cool.
If you have attempted playing the magic lute instead of using it as a cudgel.
Are you dying?
No, I just found a bunch of skeletons doing some dark magic shit on a
Oh
tree.
no.
Oh my god.
You were just opening up a whole can of worms over there, aren't you?
These crystal pieces of me are more evil than I thought. They're draining the forest's soul energy.
And sending it back to me, which means I can do things like this. Suddenly, a barrage of skeletons attack
Good
the
for him.
unsuspecting idiots in the forest.
Oh.
What?
Kara finding a cult. So true.
Found another person with that really cool wig. It's purple.
Like the side? Like the shaved side? What?
Yep. Yeah.
I want that wig.
And she has like skull makeup.
What? That's
Her
not
name is-
fun. Like
her
that
name
that's
is
fun, but that's not
Estrella.
fair.
These hands are ready for
I want that wig. I wonder if you can actually unlock it if multiple NPCs have it.
Oh, I'm sure.
Can I help you?
Yeah. That'd be nice.
Oh, there you
Here.
are. I see you in
Here,
the
let me
background.
help you.
I
I'm
got
on
Slayer.
the way.
Oh my god, I revive
good.
and immediately die. Okay. I'm dying
That's not
again.
great.
If you turn around and touch
Oh,
my
you
boob.
made it! Yay! Where are you?
Oh, I die.
Oh no.
Kirby in the new game he fishes and he puts a little fishing hat on.
Oh, that's cute. And he can eat a car, right?
Yeah. He likes to have his mouth full. Slay.
Who can relate?
A lot of LGBTs.
So true.
The demo for it was really cute.
It was.
Did you both play it?
I didn't play it, but I watched Chad play it.
Yo.
Oh god. It's bad over here.
I got you.
You didn't think I was empty, did you?
Thank you.
Slay. We're gonna kill one more
We're
mini
the best
boss.
of the game, truly. None of these things are giving me upgraded weapons.
Yeah, when we get to the mini boss, I mean, when we get to the first boss lady, there should be good loot.
It's not camp.
Oh. All right.
Ooh, there's mushrooms over there. There's like a smelly one. A smelly and drippy mushroom.
Yeah. I am the man. Ow.
Ah. Kill him. Score. We are slapping him.
Oh, we gotta kill these crystals or something.
Kill these crystals or something.
Or something.
Or something.
Oh, what's
Oh
happening
my
to me?
goodness.
What
What
just attacked
happened?
me?
What was that? Oh, the crystals blew up. That's what happened.
Oh. I was like, why did we both just like eat shit and die?
Yeah, it's like we were next to the crystal.
Oh, I'm gonna die.
I got you. Where are you?
Right here.
Where?
Behind you.
Oh, right there.
Oh my god. Oh
Why
no!
can't I do it?
You did get me, but
wasn't letting me.
It did, but like the enemy attacked you, so it messed it up. I was like, I had like 1 second left when you got me too.
Damn it. Ah.
If there's any Easter eggs, yeah, we just did a side quest of these things called Murphs, and we fought Smurfs.
The Murphs.
It was so iconic.
The Murphs were so cute.
It was so good.
I love the Murphs.
Nice.
It started vibrating when you destroyed the crystal. The magic
Is what's vibrating? Ooh.
God. I want to know. I want to find out. I need to learn. I'm a hands-on learner.
So the Dragon Lord is using the crystal thorns to leech
Let
the
him
magic
be a
out of the
teacher.
forest?
Something about a guy with a guitar.
And a loincloth.
Yeah.
Because it's
Ooh.
evil?
Not if I use it to give orphans enchanted chamber pots. Boom! You look real
Not
dumb
chamber
right now.
pots. Okay.
Oh, what's that? Oh, it's a mortar shroom. Gonna blow
Where are
up.
the Murphs? Bring back the Murphs.
I just want a game with just the Murphs.
Yeah, I want Murph game.
Murph game, next Borderlands Edition series.
Tiny Tina's Murph game. That's the fucking sequel. That's so silly.
The squeakquel.
Is he singing?
Yeah, he's beautiful.
Screaming.
Ready to tear the Fate Maker limb from limb. Hey, this is great. I can see why she likes this.
Ooh, a dice.
And you feel luckier.
Ooh.
You really have good luck finding those dice.
It's not luck. I'm talented. I'm very beautifully talented. Sexily.
Okay.
Oh, I have a faster melee weapon. That's fine.
That's very slay.
What the fuck are you? Exploder shroom. Stay away from me. Ooh, I leveled up. Yay.
This one skeleton's sparkling. He's like, oh, he's called a wealthy skeleton.
Wealthy?
Does he drop money?
He's got money.
Oh, he's dropping money.
Money, honey.
Oh, he doesn't take damage. I guess you have to beat him like a piñata.
It's almost dead.
Oh, yes, money. Oh, make it rain.
Only it was easy to make money.
Oh wait, I didn't want that.
Right?
Easy to make money for life. Wow, words.
My soul must rest before casting again. Back at it. Would you look at that? I'm all
Sir, please.
Oh my gosh. Oh, level 10. Double digits, baby.
Ooh.
Oh, chief.
There it is. This one.
Blast these undead baskets back to hell!
This weapon is so fast, and it has poison.
Slay.
Very sexy. Very into it.
There was a side quest that I did earlier that you could romance one of the goblins, and he would like take care of you if you didn't kill him. It was really good.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
Did you marry him?
I tried to.
You need to put a ring on it. If you find someone taking care of you...
He was so
ring.
nice. His name was Snack.
Was he a snack?
He was. He was a short king.
Love that. Very nice. Ooh.
Lots of loot in this area. All these mini bosses.
A dice.
Ooh, careful. I think that crystal's gonna explode. We have an archer we need to kill and it'll explode. I don't know where he is. Oh, he's right here.
Guard of impact. Sure.
Oh, ouchie. A lot of damage on this guy. Got him.
Yes. What are we attacking?
A giant crystal right there.
Oh, we attack the crystal?
Yeah, you shoot it. It'll blow up.
Boom.
We're saving the magic.
We did it, Torg.
I have one question for you, and one question only. Explosions?
He's just yelling. He's just yelling everywhere, isn't he?
He's a yeller.
Yelling.
Fate itself. Onward to glory.
Tina.
To glory.
In your hand.
Oh.
I know that laugh. She's cooking.
I'm stuck.
And if it's who
Help.
I think it is, you're in
I'm chasing his
for a
booty.
scream.
I'm dead. No. Oh.
Behold.
God. What is happening? Oh my goodness.
No.
What a mess.
I can only cast as powerfully as the vibes around.
Whoa.
So you gotta keep that rocking while I prepare
The super sexy forces of evil smell the stench
The
of
super
heroism on the
sexy
wind.
forces of evil.
To stomp it down.
Okay, I'm here now.
Hi.
Hello. Kara, where are you?
I found another dice.
Yes. Dice Queen.
Oh, 5.
Oh, not a 5. Oh, ouch. Oh my god, get me out of here. They're just slamming on me.
Come close.
Get away from me, shroomies.
Oh my gosh. Oh my god, the shrooms are fucking you up.
Yeah, they are. They are sickos.
The skeleton twinks are killing me.
That's our guy.
Yeah, he's playing music over there.
Did not mean to throw my hammer at him.
You can throw hammers?
Yeah.
Oh,
So
fun.
my class, I can change it on the fly, so I can either be fire-based or lightning.
Oh.
So the fire base is the one that does like the giant slam that explodes.
Right.
The lightning one, I just like throw my hammer like Thor.
Damn.
Oh wow, that's cool.
Oh, cool.
And then it creates like a AoE effect.
Flashy.
Have you tried your second ability yet, dear?
How do I do it?
If you go to your skills at the top of your skill tree, there is your first ability, and then the very top. It should be orange at the top. You can select the other one, and you can use that.
Oh yeah, I did that one and it hurt me.
Oh.
I didn't like it.
Well, it probably kind of acts like Final Fantasy Dark Knights, where it takes your health to make you stronger.
Oh, this
Yeah,
is our first
something
mini
like
boss.
that.
This
I
is our
didn't-
first
I didn't like
boss.
it. I wasn't obsessed.
As I slide into it on accident.
Behold the horrid visage of the Banshee!
Ooh!
Stunning, right?
Gorge. Look at her. Oh my gosh. Gloomrocker.
Oh, the bench.
Our boss fight's so fun.
This early? Watch
Oh,
out,
cool.
Fate-maker. She's going for a total party wipe.
Are you here, dear?
I'm upgrading. Now I'm almost here.
You got this, hero.
Oh, I see
Where?
you. Right here.
Where are y'all? Keep doing it. Oh, there. Okay, I got turned around. Thank you.
Kara's in there fighting the thing themselves.
Oh no.
We're coming, we're coming. You're here, right? Okay, I'm sliding in.
I'm here. Oh, I can buy something.
I'm coming. Oh no, we're getting pushed to the middle. Kara! Ah! Okay, I got you. Oh! Oh my god.
Oh my god.
You have to dodge, you have to jump and duck. Or it does a lot of damage. Ah!
She's fierce.
If you go down, you can shoot the skeletons around her. But she does a lot of damage, so you kind of want to hide in the alcoves on the left. All right.
I died.
Shoot the skelly
Oh, I'm
orbs.
so close to dying. Can you help us, Torg, please?
They're just playing a little song.
Ooh. Oh, I'm so close to death. It's bad.
Oh,
dead.
come to me. Shoot the skeletons if you can.
Yep, I got up. Oh,
perfect.
And I'm back down.
Oh.
There we go. Oh shoot.
Awesome. I'm coming, Kara.
I got myself up with the skull.
She does a fuck ton of damage. Be careful.
Shit. I'm shooting everything.
She's almost halfway, gang.
Who is she? Where did she come from?
Just a boss, banshee lady.
Just a pretty lady, you know.
Get in the middle.
no
The
big deal.
purple's gonna kill ya.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Turn her into a sheep.
Kara!
Damn. I keep accidentally jumping at the wrong time.
Yeah, it's pretty hard.
There we go.
Keep shooting and like knowing when to jump. But it's a fun little mini game.
Yeah.
Creepy. I like you, but you're creepy.
Oh shoot. I like you. You're creepy, yeah.
Let me switch my weapon.
Empty.
Oh.
I need ammo. Is there ammo anywhere here?
Yeah, you should be able to pick up some from if you shoot the skeletons. They should drop some. I'll get to the middle.
Casting spells and loading shells.
Okay, I got some from the skulls. Yeah. Shooting. Oh shit. She's close to dying.
We're close.
Oh shit. Oh shoot.
We're almost there.
So close.
Yes!
Shoot.
We got her.
Oh, she's dead?
Yeah.
Yay. Ooh, she dropped a lot of cool stuff.
Impressive. I've seen the Banshee mop the floor with high-level characters. Between you and me, we had a thing, but then she left me for the maelstrom of endless insanity.
Didn't drop anything like great for me.
Yeah, I just got
Too bad.
customizations and stuff. What is this?
Oh, he's yelling.
Oh my god. This spell I got, it's like a zap gun.
The muffled voice seems to be coming from a caged crystal hanging before the corrupted heart.
Here he comes.
I shot it.
So beautiful.
Oh. This guy? He's a fairy!
Yeah.
Oh.
It's like Dwayne
Punch
Johnson
father.
in Tooth Fairy.
And he has a tutu.
Yeah.
How fucking cute.
I want that skirt.
These mushrooms are pulsating. That's a little gross, huh?
Oh yeah,
Weird.
ew.
It's a little disgusting.
So is the heart. Gross.
Yeah, gross. Ew. Weird, odd, strange, different.
He needs to bless our ship.
He needs to bless our ship. What's he gonna do?
Zippy, zappy, pussy, magoo!
Not Magoo. Oh.
Yeah! Is my loot at full power now? Damn straight!
Oh.
I love both of these classes being more like, I want to say, popular, being more femme, and these like giant like beefy guys are just like
really fun.
Like strumming the guitar and then the tutu. It's really cute.
I'm way up here.
Oh, level up. Where are you?
My quest is
Up here.
Oh.
Hi.
Hey. How'd you get up there?
Parkour.
Oh, slay.
Hey.
Can we go farther? Oh. When we break the game. Ah.
Where'd you go? Did you fall?
Yeah, I fell. I was gonna say yeah up there. Can you get up there?
I got up there for a second.
Oh my god, I'm clipping. Where can I go now? Oh damn, you can't go higher.
I was up there for a second. I want to see. I forgot where I was. This is like Mirror's Edge. I'm Catwoman.
I must ponder my
Bad gal.
powers carefully.
I'm gonna put on my Tiny Tina Wonderlands hoodie.
I'm way up here. Hey. Ah! I fell. Okay. Love that. Oh, do we go back to Disneyland? Maybe.
Yeah.
Do we do it? Should we do it?
Yeah, do it. We gotta bless our ship.
And then we can go get our horse's head back.
Yeah.
It's an unfortunate reminder.
Oh, my game crashed.
Oh.
Damn. I launched. Interesting.
Ooh. Cute. Oh yeah, connection timed out. Did it save?
I hope so.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm using some of the weapons I got there. Cool.
Yeah,
Fun.
I think it did.
Good. Good.
Weird that didn't happen.
Yeah, that's strange. Yeah, I'm on chapter 5 still. Y'all, we've been at it for 4.5 hours almost. I am going to go, but I had such an amazing time. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. I'm gonna hop over to my other file then.
Yeah. Okay, thank you so much for the fun time. That was really cute.
Yeah,
My
sure.
favorite, the Murphs.
Yes, that was like the real highlight.
I love the Murphs.
The
That
Murphs
was
outsold.
I wish that Trashly got to experience the Murphs with us because that was so cute.
Yeah, when Trashly joins though, it'll be fun too.
Absolutely.
It's
All
like-
right, good night. Thank you for the fun time. Bye bye.
Bye. Right, well, I'm gonna switch to my PS4 save then. And progress the story. I want to play more. I'm not tired. I'm not joking, bitch. I'm gonna turn down my lights a little bit. Ooh, slay. That feels good on my eyes. And it's not bad lighting. Well, besties. Let's get to it. Oh, my headphones are underneath my hoodie. Oops. What a cute sweater. Oh, excuse me.
Gearbox.
Boop, 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 boop. Are you enjoying your time, Asa? Playing on your file? Oh.